Hey, I see Chris is here. We're just about to get started. Uh, yeah, I think this will be fun for not only myself but also for Twitch chat and anybody who definitely favors the fast side of things. I guess is the best way to put it. When coming up with this list, a lot of it I just kind of sketched out in my mind. Hey Jacob, how's it going? A lot of it I just sketched in my mind on the fly because I came back from Vegas helping my wife's work. She's still there right now, but it was just for setup. They're at a convention, but we will see how this goes. Definitely the trade-off here is uh, you could splash a color. I just don't think it's consistent enough to, so I didn't bother. The splash, quote unquote, is like very light, like Gris, which you wouldn't be hard casting until much later, anyways. Sure, exactly. I think because there are certain things I definitely already wanted, so it's kind of like the blue shell, right? We have the green shell now, and that kind of locks in certain spots. So what I mean by that is, I definitely wanted what I think is a reasonable amount of Yavamai if we're gonna do this. I think three is probably the minimum you need. I think four is a little dangerous because of the legend rule, and I don't really want to draw the second just like be down a land, right? Maybe it's fine, maybe it's not. I think three is a good starting point. I definitely wanted like four Once Upon a Time. I don't think I'm ever building a green deck without four Once Upon a Time ever again. Like I think in hindsight, three might have just been wrong, like straight up. Like we might have been those miracle players playing two ponders, right? Like with three Once Upon a Time. So yeah, so the crux of this, or the genesis of this build is Dustin Drury, who's in my Discord, and other people actually have mentioned, asked me this before, like, oh, how would you build a list with Yavamaya? I think it would be, or would you include Yavamaya? I guess would be the genesis of this list in Reclaimer Elves, and I just don't think it does what you want it to do for multiple reasons. One, I think that's the kind of card if you want to combo with Cradle and either Arbor Elf or Korean Ranger, you kind of have to play like the full set or close to it. I think we are already running kind of close to the minimum, which is like four fetchables. But I don't like. But maybe it's two is okay, only because for a couple of reasons. We do have fewer fetch lands than our typical build because we cut three of them for the Yavamaya. And cutting three fetch lands, I just don't feel safe running the second color, right? So maybe two is okay. It's debatable whether this bayou should be like the Abzan Triumph. I don't know. It's called Inatha. I think I'm pronouncing it correctly, hopefully. But I definitely think like because this is a three card combo essentially with Cradle, um, Yavamaya, and either Arbor Elf or Ranger. You in general three card combos are bad. I think most people know that. When they're okay is when all the individual pieces are good by themselves, or if one of the pieces is I guess bad so to speak, right? But the other two are like very good for instance, potentially Omnitel. The omniscience part is quite bad, but if it's like game breaking, then maybe it's worth it. In this case, ours is not like, and part of the reason why I don't think this is gonna be better than like the normal build, for instance, is because how often do you need more mana than Cradle already? But with that said, I do think that gets the most out of Allosaurus Shepherd with this build because you have a mana sink, and unlike the Reclaimer build, for instance, you just that build really is a natural order deck, or it's a guy's cradle deck really, but because the goal of anybody who's played my version of Elves knows the goal of that build is just to get Cradle online every turn. Like you're gonna have Cradle at all. It's called Oops All Cradles, right? You're gonna have Cradle every point of the game. The traditional list, I would has Heritage Druid and Nettle Sentinel. I think there's I think there's an argument to be made, like, and we'll see, right, in practice how this plays out. But I think this is a lateral grade from that because you're trading off the second color, but you're getting better standalone cards. What I mean by that is, in a vacuum, Arbelf kind of better than Heritage Druid, right? Like you don't need the second or third. uh, yeah, exactly. I have multiple accounts. I just moved everything else like to the other accounts. Yeah, yeah, for sure, Jacob. I know what you meant by that. And you're actually 100% right. It's for that exact reason. I just don't want to be distracted by it, like the thousands of other like chafe, draft cards that I've had accumulated over, last few years or whatever it is. But yeah, that is the reason. So Jacob hit it on the nail. Um, but yeah, I was saying I think this is potentially a lateral grade from that because you lose a second color, but you get better standalone cards, and if it goes well, I guess maybe that's a better alternative than the traditional list because I know some people do have a hard time playing the reclaimer list because it's more reactive than proactive. Like more, I wouldn't say more often than not, but it's very common for your turn two play to be fetch go. And I think a lot of the people who played the original list have a hard time doing that. Like it's not the natural instinct. And I can relate because I was there once upon a time. I mean, speaking of our card here, right? I was there once upon a time as well. I think the deck kind of builds itself. I think you want the consistency, right? You want the four Queen Rangers and you want the four Arbels. I think the maximum you can probably play comfortably is like three Yavimaya, and then obviously the four Kratos and the four Once Upon a Time. I think there's a debate whether we really need the Reclaimer and the Gris or not. Like potentially those just become more speed in Heritage Druid. But I'm gonna try just for test purposes. The logic behind the Reclaimer is you really need the Cradle, and essentially what this does is all your green suns represent a slow Cradle over 2 turns, right? And then Gris, obviously, I think the utility might just be too good not to play. But if you really want more speed, and potentially that's the direction to go, this heritage count becomes 3, and you just have a bunch of fast mana. Like it's probably the fastest build with that configuration, right? Like faster than the traditional build because you have the speed of Arbor Elf too, and the tutoring the Once Upon a Time. You don't go infinite, but I'd argue you probably don't need to regardless with Nettle Sentinel. The sideboard, again, we're more constrained because there's lack of black. At least in the traditional sense. Like, I don't really count Leyline as black, so to speak. It's a free spell. Or a free decision or activation, whatever you want to call it, right? The sideboard is like, the best what we can do without access to a secondary color. We'll see how much that bites us. I did select to play the Bog because we have 5 virtual reclaimers for the graveyard matchups. Probably still worth it. If we don't omit this reclaimer, obviously the Bog goes. That's pretty straightforward, I think. Did anybody have, I guess with that said, anybody have any questions for how we... This is kind of how I arrived at this list, so I flew from Vegas to Ontario airport. So I had 45 minutes to just kind of come up with this in my head after it was brought to my attention in Discord. Anybody have any questions how I arrived? A lot of this, no, it is not, Jacob. Great. So Ivan played. So I'll tease Ivan a little bit about this. Ivan played 2 NRG events. I think so too. I think this really, really you really have to have the cradle, and the deck kind of will. I suspect run will start to run out of steam a little bit potential in the mid game without this, right? Like you have a lot of explosive mana, which is nice. Um, but back to Jacob's question, energy. So Ivan played two energy events. The first one qualified him for the second one. The first one being the legacy only event, and he played something very close to what I normally play. Uh, I guess I'll just reveal on stream. This is probably what I would be testing next. Did it change? Yeah, okay, it changed. So not exactly this, but the core is there, right? The four reclaimer, the silver bullets in the main, specifically the one endurance. You're essentially playing a ton of anti-combo, essentially, right? You have the four reclaimer, you have the crop main, uh, one run of foul because it maps kind of nicely. This is like I 5-0'd with this list actually last Saturday. The difference was I didn't have the runner file, I didn't have the one Caracas. It was a excavator, Ramonite excavator, and a wasteland. I think this is potentially better, but I just haven't had a chance to play it yet. Uh, like I said, I did not play at all Sunday and yesterday. So but for the event that Ivan won, he played a list that I would not have signed off on if he had showed it to me beforehand, and he actually knows this too because he played a bunch of the endurance main, and he found out independently. Luckily, he's a strong player, so he played through it. But he found out independently what happens when you put too many three drops is the deck stops to work, and that's precisely what he said happened against Delver. And that's no surprise, right? Like when the popular matchup is playing Wasteland, Days, Force of Will, you're gonna have a hard time resolving three drops. Like especially in the main deck where you have 4, 6, and 8 drops as well. So it, but again, you only learn these things by making mistakes. So making mistakes is not the end of the world. Actually, in his case, because the format is exactly. So Chris mentioned, got it exactly right. So, So what happened was Ivan told me that he focused on limited and modern, well specifically limited because I think he was didn't have too many reps with that. So he kind of not didn't focus as much on legacy, and I think was able to make the top 8 because of his strong limited record. And then luckily, even though he lost his two games, I think in the top 4 to Delver in the top 8 and the finals respectively, he went 2-1 against Lands and Green White Depths. And I would say, especially the Lands matchup is very unfavorable, so very impressive for Ivan to pull it out. Granted, he had the sideboard um, for it. And then the Green White Depths matchup again. Uh, the opponent mulled to 3, I think, in the third game. So that was kind of unfortunate for the opponent. But again, the sideboard was designed pretty well, I think, given his what he was targeting. Yeah. So the other thing is, I told Ivan. I don't know if he saw my message. I texted him because I watched the replay afterwards. I told him you do not lead against Arbor. Sorry, you do not lead against Delver with Dryad Arbor on 1. And I told him that's a disaster waiting to happen. And live and learn, right? Okay. That said, I think we can go ahead and get started. Like I don't want to. I call this the Jax Elves. Jax had really no input on this deck aside from the input that he's given me prior. I just named it in his honor because this is like the fastest version we can probably build without it becoming more glass cannon like. I'm not get. I think this day and age we don't need Summoner's Pack, for instance. Like unless some drastic printing happens. Not quite what I want to be doing, but this is probably as fast as we can go. Otherwise. One misconception is the Nettle Sentinel build is faster than my Reclaimer build, and while that's true, it's not so much because of the Nettle Sentinel, it's because of Heritage Druid, right? Like, Nettle Sentinel, keep in mind, does not make mana on its own, and this is why I think the Arbor Elf and the the Arbor Elf specifically, is why this deck has a little bit more speed than the traditional build. Granted, at you know at the price of a secondary color, which is like very relevant, obviously. All right, I think with that said, I didn't make any changes. I thought about cutting the reclaimer and the grist for heritage numbers 2 and 3. Yeah, so like I don't think that's where you want to be personally. I mean, I'm not gonna, you know, comment on people for trying, different lists and whatever. That's only the only way you find things, right? You have to try it out. But my gut feeling is, if you're gonna go down towards that route, it's more likely that Lotus Petal decks and Dark Ritual decks are probably the way to go, right? Because again, you want creatures to be a strength, not a liability. And when you're all in on the speed, and the creatures don't really do anything beyond just fast mana, then it's just a liability, right? It's creatures that are it's fast mana, the summoning sick, and what is it called? Have to untap to removal. All right, so it's a Yorion deck. I think we are probably pretty favored overall. I don't like the Huff, but I think I'm gonna. Man, there's no fast mana in this hand. I think I'm gonna mull. Actually, I think we can. I think our opening hands can be far better than this. Yeah. Also, we don't play the Arbor Elf deck not to have Arbor Elf on one, right? All right, so this is like significantly better. Rewarded for the mulligan there. And again, the Bayou is like almost cosmetic, right? Like, I don't think we're gonna use it much. It's just in an emergency can cast a Gris. One of my favorite cards. I think here it's kind of interesting, right? Like maybe we take the Shepherd. I in a vacuum I would probably just take the Reclaimer. Only because I don't think Shepherd's. I think it's a little overrated, but I think I would just take the Reclaimer here. It's probably just better. We're gonna leave with Arbor Elf. I kind of like Green Sun's like very good, so I kind of want to save it, right? Like our opponent's probably like, what the heck is going on here? Like, why is there an Arbor Elf on the other side? Like, probably thinks we're up to no good, and I wouldn't fault them for that. Like this over a Landlord Elf suggests that the other opponent is not trying to play fair. I mean, Elves is not fair regardless, but less fair, I should say. All right. Could be better. Could be better. I think what I'm gonna do here is set up for a. I'm a little bit scared of like Hullbridger or something here. I'm gonna set up for the next turn. Oh wow. It is potentially on like Donkey Kong. This could get real nutty next turn. Oh great. Not what I want to see. Alright, we're just dead. Unfortunately. No fun for us. Hey Josh, how's it going? We are playing a fun deck today. Yeah. I don't think I mentioned this at the beginning for anybody who's just tuning in late. I do not think this is better than the optimal build, other than the normal build. It's just what not Twitch, Twitter wanted me to play, so here we are, right? We'll concede the minute they show the kill condition. All right, there it is. Too bad we didn't get to do our thing, right? Although to be fair, I don't think it would have mattered regardless against any build, right? We got turn was it 3 or yeah, our turn 2. Okay, let's see. Collective not great. The run of foul probably not. I don't think we have much, unfortunately, to board in, which is one of the problems with this build. Like I mentioned before, like the trap is like kind of interesting, I guess. So anybody who's played against Allure, how good is Mindbreak Trap? Is like decent or no? I'm trying to think like the times where they can. I feel like they can beat that card because of Harpy, right? They can just bounce. You can counter the Merfolk. Yeah, if it's the third spell, I guess, because Allure will be the first one. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's probably worth it then. I think given that, then again, I want to reiterate. I do not think this is an optimal elf list per se. It's just it seems like Twitter was very adamant. I've never seen so many people I didn't recognize who don't follow me too like my tweet and then about playing this list. So for whatever it's worth, I guess people enjoy seeing fast combo here or fast-ish combo. I think that's probably where we want to be. We want all the fast mana still. We're not like overboarding, I guess. Yeah, it must be all the I don't know who likes spot fast combo. I would say Jax, but this is like slow combo for him. Um, what is it called? Paid actors for sure. I will say Jax is very partial to elves. He is one of the OGs for sure. I think we have to keep this. Again, this doesn't really change. Uh, I'm still. I will always have a soft spot for Queen Ranger. I actually do not think this card is bad. It's just the weakest card, unfortunately, or maybe the weakest is not the right word. The lowest upside card available in our repertoire. So it pained me to cut this card because it was more replaceable, I guess. Like this Heritage Druid, the floor on that card is much lower than Queen Ranger, but the upside is the reason why we still play it. Okay, we drew this out of order, but that is okay. I think here we're gonna do this. We're gonna try to go off and see what happens. All right. I think we just keep going. Thanks, Dustin. I appreciate it. All right. Now we have the pass, but that's okay. This is this is a Tuesday Bruise Day, right? As they say. I think I saw that from good friend, a friend of mine, Francisco Politz, who I've become friends with, over the past year and a half or so. So here, I think we're gonna attack with everybody but the Wirewood. Would be nice if we had the Shepherd here, but you know, it is what it is. That's almost likely. Okay, they have a Brainstorm. So yeah, Arbor Elf. Unfortunately, we drew it on turn 2, so a little bit awkward. Which is the issue with Landlord type effects, right? It's kind of a bad top deck. Did not get punished though, as we had the Heritage naturally. Yikes. Okay, now we are punished for not. Well, they could have just. Jesus. And again, why I don't like. One of the reasons why I don't like these type of builds, right? It is very gross, Josh, for sure. All right. Well, we probably are just dead. This is what I mean too by these combo centric lists are a lot more vulnerable, right? Like we just got like annihilated here. We don't, and we don't have C's to stop something like this from happening either. Like, imagine if this was C's, right? This would not have happened. So, if anything, it just makes more, gives more reason why you should be playing the Reclaimer list, right? Right. So this doesn't happen. Like, if this was C's and the other cards were like Reclaimers, for instance, we probably would have won already. But, I mean, I think we have no choice but to block. They could have a second one, but I don't think we have a choice. And we just hope they misplayed. Like, given our hand, at least. I think that. And if that were a Nettle Sentinel, same thing would have happened, right? Your Nettle Sentinel technically lives, but you're pretty much SOL as well. I don't even know what this does. Okay, I guess it's a Ponder? Interesting. I don't think I've ever seen this card played against me. Swords, sure. Yeah, I mean, I just probably just play more Ponders, I mean more Cantrips, but it is a creature for whatever that's worth. Um, yeah, so Sage is correct. Like, Glimpse is a hell of a card. We'll see how many leagues I do with this. My initial plan today was if we, for some reason, did real well with this list, I'd just do a second league. Yeah, that's fair, Josh. If we just, win like 1-4 or something, probably we'll do the other one for testing, the traditional list after that. I am planning to play 2 leagues, so the second league will be very dependent on how this first league goes. Sure. Uh, I'm like debating whether I should do it now or not. We do have the trap, is why I'm doing it this turn. Right? They've already cast one spell. What's M1? Oh, main one? Uh, yeah, first match. All right, so they didn't have it. Pretty nice. We need gas here. Okay, this is kind of cool, I guess. Uh, three. We can get a Gris, but I don't think that's worth it. I mean, maybe. That's flying though, which is quite annoying. We'll go to four, we'll go to two, and then dies. I think we play for the combo kill here. Three, four, five, six. Hold on. Three, four, five, six, seven. Three, four, five, six, seven, eight. Yeah, that's fine. All right, that's a lot better. Yeah, yeah. I was weighing the options. I think it's just better to do it this way. We have only one mana left. I'm gonna save the green sun. It's possible our opponent has a second Allurin. I don't know why they would have four cards in hand otherwise. That would be my guess, but hard. Yeah, it's hard to. I'm trying to think what they could have. I'm also not used to the Arbor Elf heuristic here of having a, you know, of being able to opponents being able to respond to this. Sure. I think I do it here, right? Jesus. Okay. I mean, we're dead regardless. Then. What do they pitch? Expressive iteration. All right. Now we're dead. Yeah, that's fair. I could. I just totally spaced out on that. Yeah, we could do that. All right, doesn't matter. We had one out, which is the second force of vigor, but that's okay. Unfortunately, not really the matchup. Well, sort of it does. Um, I think the first matchup we kind of saw the downside, right? It's a real cost to lose a color, and that we saw there. Like the not having the reclaimer, I don't think really mattered as much in this matchup, aside from living through the plague engineer. But not having access to C's was pretty big deal. And I think actually, and granted I'm biased, I think that is actually one of the strengths of Elves compared to the some of the other premier non-blue decks. I think compared to lands, DNT, and green white depths, it probably has, in my opinion, the best combo matchup, and that's because of access to black and access to endurance. The green decks obviously have access to endurance as well, but I think having access to discard is a big deal. Of course, that is my 2 cents though. I think D&T has a reasonable combo matchup too because of Thalia main deck, and what is it called Solitude being super relevant against some of the combo decks. It does. I mean, we're just playing for fun today, really, right? I've played against this user a couple days ago. I don't remember what they were on, but I definitely remember their username catching my attention for whatever that's worth. Somehow with 4 Arbor we can't seem to lead off on it. Thank you for the follow, Jeff. I'm assuming that's Jeff, but I could be wrong. It's a little bit slow. Um, Man, probably a mole. It depends. Like, I think the audience here wants to see speed today, so I'm just gonna put these grindy hands back. There we go. This is more like it. Oh, right. So they are on, presumably, Reanimator. Okay, actually, never mind. I know what they're on. Now I remember why this username is familiar. They're on the white chalice deck. Yeah, that's how it happens sometimes, Dustin. I think we're probably gonna lose. They have like 4. What is it? The Archon. I don't remember what it's called, but oh shoot, that was a mistake. Got distracted. Yeah, that was a huge. I should have led with Waterwood Symbiote and just like run it into. What was I gonna say? Yeah, they're running the Canonist Archon. I forgot what it's called. Me, Jeff. I was just trying it out because I saw like the green white deck that what is it called? I saw the green white deck that won the challenge. I screwed up big time here though. Like, we need the Arborel kind of badly too. No, because they have 3-drop Dahlia. Like I'm really afraid of them going like 3-drop. Okay, they do not realize what's going on, which is one of the benefits, I guess, of them never having seen this before. Sure, but I already like royally punted early. Turn 1. We'll see if we can salvage it though. This definitely helps. This is so Jeff is just tuning in. Jeff is the I guess architect or inventor, whatever you want to call it, of Esper Vial, and for anybody joining late like Jeff, I do not think this deck is a like I said the optimal build. We're just playing because I think people find it fun or want to see this in action. So we'll see how it goes today. Yeah, so this is just like hate bear dot deck against us, right? Like they have just like all bombs, and I lost to this person recently, and I don't think we are favored. So 1, 2. Let me think. We have access to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mana. Actually, no, we don't. It's less than that. So I'm gonna go ahead and just play this. Play our Yavimaya Cradle, and then we're just gonna have to pass turn and hope no other bomb comes down. The good thing here is like we already have a board, so we can beat the Canonist type effects. And again, for anybody who tuned in, we got like annihilated by a Plague Engineer the previous round. And one of the weaknesses of these kind of builds with all X1s, right? Don't really care, I think, about. Well, yeah, I'll just pass. I'm like tempted to block the Arbiter, but it's a bad trade. It might be a second Arbiter. Yeah. So I think what we want here is. Oh shoot! 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 Oh my god! Oh my god! I was supposed to once upon a time for Cradle. All right. Well, we would have missed anyways. That's the good news. Shoot, shoot. Uh, we can do it the next turn. We have enough mana. I just took the visionary in case it can come. Yeah, we can, but the good thing is we actually we actually have a lot of mana, so whatever that's worth. It might be worth it here actually to trade. Yeah, this is tough. No, the plan here is to kill them with natural order. Well, actually, natural order doesn't work because good point. They have the Hushbringer out. Yeah, we can kill. We can afford. We can play through one. Their clock is kind of slow, so that's kind of good. The annoying thing is we don't. I guess they can say the same thing about our deck, right? We don't really expect to ever play against this. All right, so they tapped out, which is nice. I hate the way that this is implemented. By the way, this is like one of my pet peeves. Do they have? I think they're a Chalice deck, so I'm not even sure they have instants. Like artifact, actually, instance probably just better. Like in the off chance they do have it. You can't name creature regardless. Like we just get hosed by Solitude here, but I think the only reasonable name there was maybe artifact too, but I think instance probably just safer. Again, if you are enjoying this or enjoying my content overall, uh, feel free to subscribe to my Twitch or my Patreon. Also, can just get free content off my Discord too. Thank you, Dukes. How's it going, man? Did I pronounce it correctly? I always forget, and I apologize if I got it wrong again. I was. What is going on here? That is an aggressive attack if that's what they're doing. I'm like snap blocking. Awesome, that's good to hear. Alright, I will block then, if that's what they want. Can't block the Thalia probably, but can next turn. The other reason why not to block Thalia too is because in case they have multiples. Ooh, this is kind of nice. Um, yeah, I'm like debating it. I think we do get Gris here. I'm kind of glad I have the Gris in the deck now, right? As a like a mid-range threat, and we just gotta start plussing. We gotta do our wombo combos too, which is kind of nice. I mean, it's like overkill, I think, right? Like, there's like win more at this point. There are Dukes. Any of the artifact decks, it's like very good. A lot of the storm decks, you can just name sorcery. Like they lose that way too. It is, but only against certain decks. Yeah, the artifact decks, it's just they're cold to it. A lot of the storm decks, you name sorcery. Uh, Reanimator, sometimes sorcery will work. It's like horrible in the creature matchups, but some can be okay. You just name like artifact or something or instant, depending on the deck. Like against Merfolk, for instance, I would just name like instant. Against D&T, I'll name probably instant. Goblins, I may name artifact. This is what I was afraid of. Like our opponent attacking the turn after we Gris. When yeah, I guess they're trying to, rush us down, to use StarCraft terminology. I don't think we trade here. Nice. That's pretty good. What do you mean by trading querying for Adeline? I'm missing something? Oh, -2 on the Gris? Yeah, I didn't even think about it. Do we care about this card? Maybe we do. I feel like we just block it, it dies, right? Ultimate is like, I, somebody has mentioned that before. Like flavor text a lot of times is like kind of nice to have. It's not really why we play it. No, I wasn't gonna trade this for a token, but yeah, you have a good point about trading it for the. I was just gonna continue plussing, but maybe it's not necessary. Uh, do we care? Probably not. We go to 3. Awesome, Dustin. Enjoy. Take care. Enjoy the rest of your evening. How much is Gris Ultimate now? One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. All right, they have another one. I think we might be in a situation where we have to trade the Ranger soon, but we'll see. We go to. We're just short of lethal. Well, actually, let me think. We attack with everything. They go to 9, and they block. I think that's lethal, right? One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8, 9. Yeah, I think that's lethal. I hope my this is from the Cyrus score. You just kind of guess. It looks like it's lethal. Uh, what's it called? Jeff brought up a good point about getting wasted. I am playing fast and loose here, but that's okay, right? This is the type of deck to do that. Obviously, our sideboard here in this kind of deck is much maligned, right? We don't have the flexibility of something like a trophy or whatnot, or discard. I think in this kind of matchup, what am I looking to cut? Probably the Wirewood symbiote still. I think we're just looking for speed. Seems reasonable enough. Actually, the run of foul might be like highly relevant against their annoying stuff. It's too late. All right, their Chancellor. So what I'm gonna do here is just run the Wirewood into the Chancellor. We need the tempo. God. Well. Yeah, it's the same thing. Right. I knew I'd figured that out. Right. Good point. We're just kind of hosed now. I think. Hate this kind of matchup. It's just like flipping coins, right? Oh man. Well. And it even stops our Once Upon a Time. Really brutal. The Chancellor, Jeff, is stopping our Once Upon a Time. The one they revealed. Oh my god. Yeah, they just kind of had it all, but I mean, what can you do? Well, we're not gonna be able to play Magic. This is what I mean by I don't think this matchup is good for us. Like they just have like a million like things that stop our deck. I just got like locked out like by this. I think like one of the games against them last week, and then another game I dealt with that Archon that just like completely wrecks our deck. The main problem is always the same, right? Like we don't have force of will to stop it, and if they're on the play, we probably lose. Yeah. Oh, that's a good point by Dukes. I didn't even think about that, but that's a good point. That is a good point to beat these kind of effects. We're probably just dead though. What do they pitch? I don't even know what this does. Jesus. Okay. Well, we know they're on Chalice deck now. They have one drops. I don't think we have an out. Yep. Not again. Without Force of Will in your deck, and to a lesser extent Thoughtseize, of course not applicable here. This is the type of thing that can happen to you, regardless of the version. I feel like we probably want the word run afoul. It's probably better than Waterwood Symbiote, which does nothing. The rest seems okay to me. Like this can randomly hit that Archon. I forgot what it's called. I played it in Modern. It's the white 3-drop. That's a Canonist effect. It like has like a half of the 3-drop Dahlia effect. Pretty good here, I think. Keep. I think we're gonna run out the Bayou here for the same reasons we mentioned before about that the Archon. I think it's like Archon of Amiri or something like that. I don't remember. I played it in Modern, but I don't remember what it's called. The one really nice thing about this build, in theory at least, is with access to Arbor, you can spend your green suns more freely. What's it called? You can spend your green cells more freely later on instead of having to use it turn one. Wow, okay. This is quite nice, I think. So we're setting up for a turn 3 here. Where's the Visionary? Oh wow. We've assembled now Tron. This is the combo version I cooked up, but it uses a different engine. Because part of the, I guess the deck building challenge, whatever you want to call it, was we wanted to make Yavimaya work, and I've given some clues of how I would build it, but I haven't seen anybody build it the way I would. So it's like a 2-for-1, right? I get it, knock out two birds with one stone, like build a combo version that includes Yavimaya. We are flooding out a little bit here, unfortunately. I think we wait a turn. It's potentially catastrophic though, because like Spirit of the Labyrinth could come down at any second, or the like Canonist type effects, or like there's a lot that can go wrong. But I don't want a glimpse with only one card. They probably, well, I guess not. Yeah, this is Archon of Emeria. That's what it's called. We kind of knew that was potentially coming, but what can we do, right? I don't really mind running into mono. Actually, I just think that would be a problem with this deck. I think you're probably softer to combo without black and Thoughtseize. Already, we're seeing kind of the not really in this matchup. I don't think it would matter. If anything, this having the Arbor Elf and the more basics might help in this matchup. But we saw in game one, obviously, the loss of Seas was a big thing. Um, I think unfortunately, in case they kill the Ranger and then they like Wasteland Cradle, I don't think I want to expose it. Um, I think for sure leagues combo is just rampant, right? It's not uncommon to play two leagues for me and have it like 8 or 9 combo matchups. Like this is not it's not uncommon. As for challenges, I can't speak. I don't really play challenges. Based on what I saw, though, I think Delver is down because there was two Doomsday pilots in the top four, so take that for whatever you want. And I think I saw Delver, the win rate from this past weekend was like sub 50%. I don't know what it was exactly. I don't really what is it called, look at the numbers for challenges that closely because I just whatever people say or I just randomly come across, but I don't care enough to. But that is what I briefly saw or heard. I think band talk is its own thing. I'll leave it at that. I think there are. I'll put it okay. To put it gently, I guess a lot of people are frustrated with how the current format looks from their perspective, so they tend to be very vocal. I think consider. It's hard for me to judge consider because I don't think it's great against my the deck I play most often. I'd imagine it helps a little bit. Reanimator getting Archon of Cruelty and Sarah Emissary is a big deal though. That cannot be denied. With 3-drop Dahlia in play, now we have to kind of commit the Cradle to the board. I think we're probably just dead, to be honest. Yes and no, Sadra. I think. Like, I don't think it's too much different than. Oh, this is awkward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We'll be short anyway, so that's fine. Like, I don't think it's much different than like Elish Norn, for instance. And actually, it's sometimes it's better because I've seen people go for the Sarah Emissary game one, lose to me because of it. Instead of getting Gristlebrand, or sometimes they just like can't get Gristlebrand right. All right, what am I doing here? 2, 5, 6, 7, 8. 12. So I do have to block. I think there's no like good block here. We're dead anyway, so we just block that. I think we're really seeing the downside of no Assassin's Trophy here. No, we need this wasteland. I'm sorry, not the wasteland. We need this guy's cradle to live to have any chance. What? Okay, that's a start. Let's see what they let die. Yeah, so Yavamai is with the combo with Guy's Cradle. The real reason why I never really tried this was because how many times are you losing with Guy's Cradle in play? Like this is almost potentially win more, right? Uh, I'm doing it today, for fun, but I think most of the time, if you have a Guy's Cradle in play, you're probably doing pretty good. All right. So we got that gone. The problem is we can't do anything now. Can't attack. It is pretty sick for sure. I mean, no, there's no denying that. We're gonna have to, man, lose two of our creatures. Lose the Arbor Elf and lose the Visionary. We actually unfortunately played two matchups that don't really showcase the benefits of playing a build like this. Besides being fun, right? Obviously. Let me think about that. No, I boarded it out, Jeff. Yeah, I boarded. Yeah, I boarded it out because I think Progenitus is just better. All right, we're just dead. Well, what can we do? Yeah, unfortunately, we did not. Almost wants makes me want to play a second league with this because, well, to be fair, we kind of knew this was a possibility because, like I did say, like one of the downsides is not having that. I could not have Jeff. Well, actually, no, you're right. I could have. If I had the Archon, yeah, I could have Green Sun and then Archon. That buys them against another turn potentially. I don't think we're winning that game to be honest. We still die, right? We get the well. Let me think. I would have to look at it again. Part of me mentally checked out. Like I just assumed that we were just dead. Like I have like very little interest in playing this kind of deck against this kind of deck too. Like I don't think we learn anything really from playing against these type of decks. I don't mind losing. I just it's the losing plus the well. Even if we win, right? We don't learn anything. Yes, Bork Magic. I talked to Ivan about that, and I told him uh, I if I had seen his list, I would have immediately told him to go back to the drawing board because he's gonna have mana issues, and he confirmed that actually. Uh, he didn't have much time to spend on Legacy because he was preparing for Limited. Also, that's 100% true what Sadra is saying. There's only 16 players, so he took a lot of calculated risks and without testing. And he said if he could do it again, he definitely would not have played all the endurances made. Like that was just a recipe for disaster against Delver. And he said so himself that he got punished because he had too many three drops. It is, dude. Not having force is just well, we have the wrong force, right? Right. So, like in Ivan's defense, I will say, like I talked to him, and he said he really wanted to focus on the limited portion, and he felt at least he could play the legacy version good enough based on the reps that he got at the previous NRG that qualified him for the championship. Um, he obviously said it was misbuilt. He cut the collector oof, which I endorse. I would not have recommended we replace it with endurance, but I said collecting. I said cutting collector oof is fine. He cut a heritage, which is also fine. And the third card, I think he cut a crop rotation, which is also like all the cards he cut were fine for extra endurances. It's just that I would not have added endurances. Oh, for sure, Jason. I didn't even think about that. Like, again, the backstory was Ivan asked me for my opinion on like what cards are good in certain matchups. I told him what I thought, and for the most part, he went with a lot of the choices I mentioned, like run afoul in the sideboard, right? But he never showed me the finished product, and if he had, I definitely would have told him to go back to the drawing board because I knew he was gonna have issues with mana based on just looking at that list. This was a paper tournament, yeah. We do have the Wombo combo, but not the third piece. I think we probably just keep. To be honest, it's like not the worst. I'm like already regretting this league, right? Like I miss my reclaimers. Yes, it was also a PTQ, but you had to qualify for the event, Jeff. So to answer Bork Magic's question, he cut the collector oof, crop rotation, and a heritage urge, which I think are all fine, by the way. It's just the cards he added, I would not have personally added, and it would have stopped him if I had known he was going to do that. I think here we just lead with this and see what they do. It was a PTQ, Jeff. So it was a 16-player event that you had to qualify for, and winner gets the PT invite. But to Ivan's credit, I want to give him a lot of credit. I didn't watch the entire topic. I only watched the what's it called, parts of the finals match. The finals match. He lost in the top four to Delver, but that was I knew that was gonna happen based on the list. Um, but that said, one second. Oh, we're gonna get to do it all potentially. I think he had two Birch Lord, but I could be wrong. I want to give him credit for beating lands and green white depths, which are both difficult matchups, especially lands, which I think is the hardest matchup for elves. I think we leave with Arbor here and see what happens. Yeah, so beating lands is already a big accomplishment itself. I think a lot of newer elf players will just concede to Tabernacle, like because they don't know how to play against it. And granted, it's very difficult to play against. You kind of have to be experienced to know how to play around, not around, but play through, I should say, a Tabernacle. And I know this because a lot of times a lands player, I mentioned this on Twitch before. I'm a lot of lands players will just crop rotation turn one for Tabernacle and pause because it must mean to me that a lot of elf players just concede on the spot because it almost feels like they're waiting for me to concede and it is not a fun card to play against, and I'll put it that way. Yeah, it's so Chris mentioned kind of like you know put it correctly, right? It's okay, they're just dead. The lucky thing is we haven't revealed any of our cool tech here, right? It's kind of sad, lucky and sad at the same time. We're only three matches in, but I can tell you for a fact this list is not better than normal list already. Because not for two reasons, right? No black and no reclaimer is just like we're feeling the impacts of that. Not so much the reclaimer, but no black especially. I think here, I hope they're not on that like wombo combo days undoing deck, but if they are, we might be in for a rough time. My opinion on that card, it is not a real card. Like it can be decent against Eldrazi, but like we have like so many better options that are better against other things too. Specifically scavenging ooze. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, it's like a main deck card if anything. And I don't I just like to me the barrier for entry into this deck is like sky high. And I don't want to play cards that are like minimal impact in my opinion. Like I want like when other cards, sorry, when other decks get the filtration that blue gets, for instance, with brainstorms and they're playing bombs like in the festivities, and your bomb is like a wild-born preserver. That doesn't compute in my opinion. Also, like we don't have the luxury of force of will. Like that's I cannot stress how big that a deal that is from a strategic standpoint. Not even the card that is like broken or anything. It's just from a strategic point. We're super disadvantaged as a result. I hmm, I don't even know if we want to board here. Actually, endurance is probably a good hedge. We could probably cut the Arbor Elves. They're kind of like the weakest. Oh, actually, Heritage is pretty weak too. We'll do something like that. Um, just because people play it doesn't mean it's optimal. There's a lot of blue-red players who play Stifle, and I do not think that card is optimal in Delver. Especially when you're cutting Expressive Iteration, which I saw the winning, or one of the lists from the top 8 did. Oh, two Glimpse in hand. It's to be honest with the Once Upon a Time, it's probably fine. I'm gonna be a little greedy here. Hopefully we hit our Arbor Elf. But I think the verdict is already in. I think with respect to how I feel about this deck. Not having Reclaimer in black is just a big deal. Um, I think we have to get the Shepherd here. We can't just do nothing on turn one. Unfortunately, also we haven't really had the matchups until maybe this one to try to do our wombo combo, right? Like we like lost to Alert and then we lost to you know Elves hate dot deck. I think we can now leave with that. Throw them off. Maybe they'll be on tilt from seeing this. The cage is quite good against us. It's low key one of the best cards against elves. Grist does not get through a cage, which makes me sad. Sure. Big Tef is on the board. They might force this, but if they do, that's fine. We kind of want them to. I think we thin, to be honest, is the play here. I'm all about that deck thinning. Also, normal hand by me, natural instinct, habitual instinct to main phase everything. Not that it mattered, they had no cards in hand. So I guess I'll ask chat. Well, maybe I'll ask at the end of the fifth match, but I am already leaning towards playing the stock build the next league. This, I feel the power level decrease. I think I would agree with everything that Chris just said. Different people have different priorities, and also different people have different people have different priorities and different preferences. I'm not gonna really knock somebody for. I'm gonna play this just in case, but oh, I screwed up actually. I'm supposed to glimpse. What am I doing? It's bad by me. Too much autopilot going on from my end right now. Like I'm like I keep I like supposed to play glimpse. Um, maybe it doesn't matter. We'll see. And I'm thinking about like containment priest coming out here, right? Like potentially snapcaster. And I played this before thinking. Don't think it matters, but we'll see. Yeah, I think Sage mentioned it perfectly. Like, you really want the cradle pretty badly. The problem is Reclaimer is inherently slow, so it's like kind of awkward, right? The benefit of this is you have speed, but Reclaimer naturally plays a slower game, so you're kind of in this weird spot. Sure. I think I'm just gonna pull. Well, let me think. We could draw two. It seems kind of mediocre. I think I'll just play this again, just because I feel bad for not drawing. One nice thing is like you have like um, fetches are alive because of this. So my guess is a Wildborn Preserver probably is a Timmy card, or I'm not saying probably is a Timmy card, and I'm guessing it's played more because people just like that kind of effect that it grows big. It's the same reason why certain players are drawn to Gristlebrand decks, right? Like they play either Show and Tell or Reanimator because they like that kind of splashy effect. One of my good friends here, and in his honor, my boy Jay Zhang is a big Gristlebrand Timmy, and I want to remind everybody that Force of Negation is unfair in his honor. I will bounce now, just in case it matters. I think we're pretty ahead in this match. Our opponent's kind of grasping at straws now. We're gonna draw a bunch here. Yeah, I mean, if you know for sure you're never gonna face an artifact deck or storm deck. Um, okay, we just. Oops, that was wrong. What am I doing? I don't think it will matter, but well, we'll see. I should have bounced the Visionary there. Actually, that was a careless mistake by me. A little bit in the autopilot mode at the moment as I'm trying to respond to chat. Hey Zachary, how's it going? We are 0 and 2. Granted, not really the matchups we were that are normally likely in a tournament setting or league setting. We lost to Alurin, which is like fine. We definitely saw the absence of black. We're playing this fun list by the way for today, and we lost a matchup that I don't think we're ever gonna really see much in white's like elves hate dot deck. We beat Connor time there. Not so much because of the combo, because Natural Order like single handedly won us game one, and then Glimpse was like pretty solid game two, right? Or Visionary Wirewood, right? So not really seeing much from the extra speed, and it's weird. Like Sadra mentioned, we kind of want Reclaimer in this build, but at the same time, it doesn't really fit the playstyle of Reclaimer because Reclaimer is more of a patient deck. Like you're just setting up your board state to go off on turn 3 or 4, and then 4 or 5 if there's disruption. They're double queuing. I think this is potentially okay. I mean, Alern is not really that oddball, but the second one sure is. We're just kind of playing a fun deck today. The second league, we'll see what chat says. I'm already leaning personally, but I'll give way to chat. Obviously, I'm already personally leaning towards playing a stock list, and because I do think this list is worse, and noticeably. Dredge. I mean, I think it's Dredge. I don't know any other decks playing Confluence. Okay, so they are not on Dredge. Dredge doesn't play Seas. They are on probably. What was your last D&T list? You're talking about in general or what? Or in paper? Or what I played? Oh, sure. Rainbow Depths makes sense. Actually, Star Wars Man The last one you played. Okay, so I haven't played D&T since like before COVID, but it was 60 card version. What am I doing here? Oops. So I actually, yeah, I played 60 card D&T with like two recruiters. I'm a big Revoker person. I know it's out of favor at the moment, but I like kind of miss it. It's like for nostalgia reasons. It's like when I bought into D&T, 4X Reclaimer was like a thing. But I know it's kind of bad at the moment because like it's not as good against combo and very bad against Delver. Yeah, I think it's actually Rainbow Depths, as Star Wars Man mentioned. I had it didn't even cross my mind because it'd been a minute. If Tom Hep were around, oof, not what I want to see. But yeah, I think they put on the Rainbow Depths. I haven't seen it in a minute, but also Tom hasn't been winning 60 plus trophies like he normally does. For those curious, I'm supposed to be doing a stream with Tom pretty soon. I think he wants to learn elves. And Tom, being a crop rotation aficionado himself, can appreciate a good reclaimer activation or two. Ugh, that hurts. Could be a Sylvan Scrying here, based on the mana tapped. Awkwardly, Arbor Elf is weak to Pithing Needle. For those who don't know, it is not a mana ability. It's also weak to letting days resolve. Oh, sure, yeah, yeah. I see what you're saying. It's also weak to like instant speed crop rotation, hit your land or something with a wasteland. What is going on here? Oh, it's oh, interesting. I feel like that was not the optimal way to do that. Well, actually, let me see. Oh, they got the Urborg off. Yeah, actually, it was. Well, you still on Crop Caracas? Yeah, I am. Well, I haven't even played in 2 days, right? So Sadra, so I kind of want to test it. I think it's good. Probably just potentially just dead here. What we need is a one drop, and maybe we're okay. That is not a one drop. Ooh, okay. We pitch here. They get 5 each. I think we have the kill, so I'm not gonna get cute. Let me think. Um, we have 3 attackers. They're 5 each. Yeah, there's no need to get cute here. Gris doing work. We actually have more damage, but it's like who knows? Like Maniac's playing main deck Mindbreak Trap or something. Gris pretty clutch here, actually, hitting the symbiote. It's really funny. Like we probably lose otherwise. Actually, in most cases. All right. These Wonderfowls, ironically, very good here. Gris gonna be boarded out. Collector Oof gonna be boarded out. Gris, ironically, very good in this matchup. There, but normally not. Yeah, Gris, the passive ability is one of the strongest in the game. Aside from maybe the War of the Spark Planeswalkers are pretty insane passives too. Uh, Karn, Narset, and Tef 3 have all pretty insane what's called abilities. Do we have anything else? Yeah, the awkwardness of this build, right? Just not enough cards to bring in. Like, it's true what they say. You don't miss something until you lose it, right? Or you don't appreciate something until you lose it. Just not having access to Thoughtseize and Assassin's Trophy here. For those who are curious, I am still coughing a little bit from my COVID. I have, and I have actually lost, I think, at least a game, I guess. I don't know if we're on the match or not. I don't remember, but I remember they got a game off of me. Thank you for the follow, AWOL Wally. Yeah, Chris, it's funny too because I don't even think if they asked me to design a planeswalker for elves, I would have been able to design one as fitting and clean as Gris. Like, if whatever I came up with probably would be banned because it's like just unreasonable or not playable. And it's kind of cool that they. I think Gris is like super awesome design. Now you got me. You piqued my interest. Why did your account get banned? I hope it was nothing bad. Sure. Oh, fair enough. I mean, you and I are the same in one instance, I guess. I also had been approached by Wizards of the Coast. They did not ban my account, but they forced me to change mine. And unfortunately, it is changed to something temporarily at the moment until I decide what I want to do with it. But they are not allowing me to use my other account anymore because they said it was somebody must have reported me, presumably because I had my good friend Will Kruger's permission to use a similar name to his username account. But for some reason, somebody was unhappy with me, I guess, and reported me. So here we are, right? Like I cannot use that account anymore, at least for the time being. Nice. I wouldn't have any other way, right? What other list would you play? Uh, I think here take the Visionary. This is the turbo list, yeah. What I'm quickly finding out is something I already knew and something I didn't know. The thing I already knew was we were going to miss the color black. And that has been evident in one of our earlier matches that we lost because we didn't have access to it. What has been less clear is, and I guess it's maybe because I haven't played the Nano version in a while, where you need multiple parts to be good. Uh, this deck kind of really needs Cradle, but at the same time doesn't have consistent access to it because we only have one Reclaimer. The problem is Reclaimer kind of wants to play a different game. So, kind of weird situation that we have. I think here we're just gonna untap the land, play the Visionaries, see what we do. Okay, so Sadra, I will cop to that. I was one of the people that said Elves didn't really get anything from Modern Horizons except for what is it called? Except for Gris. I was one of these people. I also didn't think Endurance was very good initially because I kept trying to replace Leyline of the Void and you just cannot replace Leyline of the Void. So yeah, so the thing is like it's very interesting, Wally. Initially when I played it, I was like, what kind of elf player or what kind of Doomsday player would lose to Endurance? Because I kept losing to Doomsday players when I first played the card. I think a couple of things were. I'll talk about it a little bit after this match. I think there are a couple of reasons for that actually. I think one, I think Doomsday players were super prepared first of all for it. So that's like one thing. I think the second thing was. Hold on, let me do this correctly. We're probably just dead, to be honest. Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, Stifle being a well, Stifle's like very high variance against elves, but um, man, what do I want to do here? This card's been far worse than I thought, for what it's worth. All right, we're probably just dead here. Oh, so back to so one, yeah, I think Doomsday players were well prepared, and the second thing was holistically, I think you need to look at 75s or 95s depending on your build um, as a whole thing, and it took me a while because endurance was seen playing bad, and I initially could not get endurance to work in elves, and because I kept trying to replace Lay on the Void, I'm like I'm losing to all these reanimator decks. I'm still losing to Doomsday. Okay, well now we're just dead. All right. Yeah, but I think the other thing was like it's like a couple of things. Like I didn't have a good game plan. Like it's just you. What I've realized, I wrote an article about this. You can't just approach a matchup and just think, oh, these cards are good or disruption, and we're just gonna slot them in and think like this is gonna work. It wasn't later on until I realized I need to play. I need to board out Glimpse of Nature because it's like very awkward with endurance. That's like one of the things I learned. Two, Assassin's Trophy tends to be pretty good against Dark Ritual Doomsday hands because you just trophy their land and it's like LD. So I actually think me personally, Elves is favored now post board, and I think like the last 20 matches or so, I'm like X4 against Doomsday. It's like something ridiculous. Granted, some of the players have been kind of shaky or they underestimated Elves, like they maybe didn't take it seriously or whatnot. But my record against Doomsday had been pretty good, and I think it was only after a couple of things, right? The printing of endurance, the re-edition of Assassin's Trophy, and realizing what I need to do is cut Glimpse of Nature in the matchup because it's just completely awkward with what you want to do. You can't. Glimpse is a card that wants us to tap out because you want to draw as much as possible, but then that's awkward when you want to leave mana up for endurance to play around days or whatnot. So I can see that. That would explain why I've been like doing really well against what I feel are sometimes not as experienced Doomsday players because some of it's like pretty obviously right, like pretty obvious if they just like make a pile and concede, right? There's like that kind of player, and then another thing is like they, you know, the elf player has not done anything 3 turns, and obviously I did not keep a hand with no disruption, so they're just walking into an endurance. So that's the another thing, right? So I don't know. Obviously, that win rate is inflated. How much so, I don't know. But I do feel like Elves is not too bad against Doomsday anymore, and it was because of endurance. But yeah, I realize you cannot take away or replace Layla and the Void in Elves. It's just a unique effect that is irreplaceable. What I realized was you can replace some of the other removal spells and whatnot, and then endurance like has given an increase in combo hate is why it's been good. Actually, now that we're on the topic, I do feel this is gonna sound blasphemous to say. I'm gonna. I just realized I'm gonna give my rankings for fire design cards for elves, and you're gonna. I think the chat is gonna be very surprised at what I have 1 through 5. I, I will. Yeah. So let's just say fire design started what 2019 or so. I'm after this match. I will give my top 5 elf cards in fire design in terms of like a boon for elves, and I think people are going to be surprised at where one of the cards is going to be sitting. Specifically, Allosaurus Shepherd. I think people will be surprised where I have Allosaurus Shepherd in the top five. So I'm not gonna like that. Grist is like very good, and it's in my top five, but I do not have it as one or two. And uh, so Jason has four of the five cards, not necessarily in that order, but those are four of the five cards. Yeah, so Wally, I want a PTQ without the showcase chance without Shepard. So obviously, I'm not gonna have it number one. Again, I'm not gonna have it over Reclaimer either. Like anybody who knows me knows that I love myself a good Reclaimer. There is another card that is in Fire Design and that I think is very underappreciated. For what it's worth, Jason, you do have the four of the five. That the order is a little bit off, but not that far off. So Wally has the fifth card, and when I say fifth card, I do not mean it's fifth on the list. I'm not counting Lurrus because it's banned at the moment, so I omitted Lurrus. But otherwise, Lurrus would be up there as. It's probably it would be up there as well. I had to think about where exactly. Yeah, I will give some time for chat. And this is, of course, my opinion. Obviously, it's going to be very different for anybody else, and especially your play styles and things you like. Some people don't even have Reclaimer in that top five. I think that's like, insane to me. But um, I will give everybody a chance to like formulate their own guess, and then, maybe we'll have some kind of prize or something for whoever gets it right. I don't think Trophy was part of Fire Design, was it? So the five is known because Jason got four of them and Wally got the fifth. It's just the order I haven't revealed yet, and I'll leave that as a exercise. Yeah, Trophy. I don't think it's part of Fire Design. To me, Fire Design starts with War of the Spark, right? Ooh, that's quite good. Three, four, five. Yeah, to me, I associate Fire Design with the War of the Spark Planeswalkers specifically that are quite egregious. Here, I think we. Oh, this is awkward. Yeah, I think we put the onus on our opponent. Okay. Right, we won. We're somehow 2-2 with this list. Uh, all right. So let's have I guess, a mini fun game, right, for our chat. I'll let everybody, punch in their, so to speak, guesses so far, and then I'll type out mine as well in real time what the order is. In my opinion, the cards most beneficial, in my opinion, or powerful for elves within the context of Fire Design. And again, the five are known. It's just the order, right? It's Chris just put it out there in his order, but I will put out mine, and I'll give a chance for everybody to either guess or just sit back and chill. And of course, it's all subjective. What might be somebody's one might be another person's five, whatever, right? And I'm gonna go through each of them and why I have it the order that I do. Obviously, feel free to tell me I'm an idiot, I'm wrong, whatever. But again, personal opinion. So Here is my five. Without further ado, let me just double check to see if it's correct. And I only recently updated this. We did this for fun in my Reclaimer Cabal chat a while ago, and the list was probably the same five, but in a different order. And the first two are the same though. There has been movement beyond that, and here's the five. I think most people are going to be surprised by what's at four and what's at one. I don't believe people realize how broken of a card Once Upon a Time is. And I'll put it this way: the other four cards are great. Number one finds all four, right? Like the ability to make your deck more consistent without spending mana is just incredible in my opinion, and that's why I have it number one. That's why I jokingly said, well, it's the fifth card, but it's not really the fifth card, so to speak. I think it's the most powerful card out of all five, and I don't think it's. I think there's a case for Reclaimer to be close, and that's why I have it at number two. Because again, what's unique about one and two is it increases the consistency of the deck, and I know like it's very difficult to win a big challenge or a tournament or whatever. So I value the ability to repeat results, and even if you don't always win, if you can like put yourself in a position to top eight or just be outside, so to speak, right? Every event, I think that's a big thing to me. And just the ability to find Cradle every game is just unbelievable. And that's what one and two do. Like, one finds two through five, and that's why I have it number one. And like, I think it's kind of silly now that I didn't play four before because I think the card is just incredible. And shout out to Chris. Part of the reason why I started playing four again was because he did his analysis, right? Like, for those who don't know, and I'll post it here actually. Give me 1 second. This is shout out to Chris. If I can find it. Okay, here is his Google Doc. And he did a cool mulligan analysis. I mean, we already knew the math by Frank Karsten. This is all Chris's work. None of this is mine. I don't want to take credit. But he reinforced why Once Upon a Time is just a broken card. And I know it's not flashy. It doesn't have the game-ending ability that a Natural Order or Shepherd activation does. But to me, consistency is powerful, and I have it in the one slot, and I don't think it's close in terms of like one and two. Reclaimer, same thing, consistency. It just does too much. You have Cradle every game. I jokingly said, and then anybody who's played a Green Sun Zenith knows this, right? The Sylvan Syndicate. It's Once Upon a Time. It's Elvish Reclaimer. It's Crop Rotation. It's what am I missing? Green Sun Zenith. It's Knight of the Reliquary. These are the consistency tools that are good in the green decks, right? Sylvan Library, but that's like a pseudo blue card, right? But still counts. Those are the heavy hitters, and it's no coincidence that the good, I guess you want to call it anti-Delver decks, whatever you want to call it, right? The green cards right now all play Reclaimer, all play Green Sun, and I don't believe those are ever boarded out, to my knowledge, in Green White Depths and Elves. For what it's worth, I will let people in on a secret. There are 3 non-lands that I never cut. And they are Once Upon a Time, Elvish Reclaimer, and Green Sun Zenith. And I don't think that's a coincidence because of the consistency. Here's where I think it gets controversial. I think people can be on board 1 and 2. Endurance at 3. I had Shepherd here first and kind of very close behind Reclaimer. But then a good friend of mine, Theo Jung, who plays Elves lately, it is very flexible, but keep in mind it's a one-off, and it's not always needed, and it's not always good too, right? So there's contention between 3, 4, and 5 in my opinion. You can argue it any other way. I think 1 and 2 are clearly a step above everything else. The reason why I have Endurance 3 is because, factoring in the metagame, Elves has had traditionally a horrendous Reanimator matchup, or Graveyard matchup in general. Reclaimer helps, Deathrite helped when it was around. Leyline of the Void obviously helps. but the ability to be flexible and be Doomsday hate. So you just shored up Doomsday, Reanimator, Oops All Spells, and helped the Delver matchup. It just does way too much. And Shepherd, while flashy, I'd argue I'm gonna beat, or most good elf players are gonna beat the fair blue decks anyway. Um, when I say fair blue mid range slash control decks, like those should be easy matchups, even without Shepherd. Where Shepherd really helps, in my opinion, is against the fast blue combo decks. Doomsday, Sneak and Show, Cephalid Breakfast, things like that. And against the Chalice matchups, obviously. So, right. So, Endurance and Shepherd, kind of doing the same thing. The reason why is I think Endurance helps those harder matchups more than Shepherd does. Like, I think Shepherd definitely helps those matchups as well. But Shepherd doesn't help something against like Reanimator, right? Like Black Red Reanimator, or obviously it helps against Chalice, but Chalice not that big of a meta game anyways. I think 4 and 5 are close, and then Grist. Keep in mind, is still a one of, right? At the end of the day, it's very strong. It's like a tool I never knew that I like. You can't pry it out of my hands anymore. Obviously, I'm gonna play with if I can, but it's a card I never knew I needed. For instance, like we can live without it. I do not think we can really live without 1 and 2, and then 3 and 4 adds to the power level of the deck, at least from a metagame standpoint. So, kind of why I have it 1, 2, and then I flip flop 3 and 4 recently, and then Grist has always been in that like 5 slot area. So, kind of my justification. Maybe I'm an idiot, like, or maybe other people disagree, but that's how I see it personally. All right, one more match with this list, and probably unless people want me to play this list again, I think there's definitely lacking power level at certain points, because no black, right? Uh, it's nice to try at least one time, right? Like I theory crafted this list. We didn't really get the matchups unfortunately for it to kind of work out to like the fair matchups, but I definitely think lower power level. Debatable whether it's better than the traditional list. I think I'd have to play the traditional list again to get a feel, but my guess is it's about the same. Like the traditional list, a little same thing, right? Will be weak to sweepers. Access to black is nice, obviously, so it has a little bit of edge there, but weaker individual cards. Uh, okay, so nice. I guess what's the word I'm looking for? What if, right? Sadra. Uh, I think where I would start, and I don't know if this is where we would end up, is I'd probably start with my stock list, cut the Heritage Druids and the Birchlaw Rangers, play 4 Deathbright, and then see how I feel from there. I think, as a rule of thumb, you want to play the best cards and you want to cut the weakest cards, and I think those tend to be the weakest cards. We're playing against Aristocracy, Crities. Not the greatest. Probably a mole. This is like a mole already. Actually, it's probably okay. Actually, we're on the draw, so we get another look. Agreed. I kind of knew this going in, but I didn't realize how bad of an issue it would be. The bottleneck is finding the Yavamaya and the Cradle. Like those are two lands that we can't find. It wants Reclaimer, but again, if you're gonna play Reclaimer, you might as well play a different deck, right? So here, I think I'm gonna leave with the Heritage because I want to block. Not let if I can help it, I'm gonna not let that lackey through. And then anytime I can, praise the Sylvan Syndicate, I will. And 1 and 2 are part of the Sylvan Syndicate. Part of what makes the power level of this deck. Okay, so our opponent punted here. They should have played the High Art first to get the Exalted. Uh, are you talking about recently or historically? Historically, I think Queen Ranger is a fantastic card. This card was part of the list that won the showcase, right? Like, I don't actually think this is a bad card, like the way I do with Nettle Sentinel, which I think is a win more card. Um, I just the only reason why I'm not playing is because we just have too many good cards to play, right? We have to cut something. It's not so much an indictment on Ranger. It's more of a compliment on some of the other cards. I guess is the best way I can put it. Like I love myself a Queen Ranger. It's just it pains me to not play it. Kind of awkward here, admittedly. I think we're just gonna like play a bunch of visionaries and see what happens. Also, actually, I'm gonna play the collective because I want to block the lackey. Otherwise, we're gonna get abyss every turn, right? Our opponent actually, punted to us already. I think the syndicate is okay. If the cantrip cartel is centered around brainstorm and ponder, I think the Sylvan syndicate is really centered around Green Sun and what is it called? And Elvish Reclaimer because those and in order to be a good reclaimer deck, you have to have a land worth tutoring for. There is a third deck, and I apologize actually if Tony's on the line. Green Post is definitely part of the Sylvan Syndicate as well. Like they have a broken land, which is Cloud Post, that can be found off Elvish Reclaimer, and that is another deck that is, I guess you want to talk part of the syndicate, so to speak. I think we just like glimpse for value here. Missed, unfortunately. Uh, that one is interesting. I'd have to think about how that deck plays out. They do have a broken land in Sarah Sanctum. Lands is part of the syndicate. They're like the cousin that likes to torture you, right? Like they are definitely part of the syndicate. They play rotation. They have sometimes Elvish Reclaimer. They have endurance, like all they have Sylvan Library, which it shares with Green White Depths, right? They have a broken land. They're like the cousin that gets on your nerves, right? Maverick, I'm not so sure, right? Because it to me, I hate to say it at the moment. Maverick is almost like a too fair version um, of Green White Depths. Like Knight obviously is part of the syndicate. Like you know, I don't know how to explain it. It's like green white, but it's really green as well. But it's your brother from another mother, right? Yeah. If you ask me yes or no, I would say Maverick is a part of the syndicate. Yeah. So Raven is Panda brought up. Like my thing is like I would count Maverick as part of the syndicate. The problem is why play Maverick when you can play just green white depths at the moment. Like you Legacy is so broken. I want some number of free wins. Um, and I think Wasteland. If you want to be a Wasteland deck, like I think Delver does it better. Um, is my issue with Maverick at the moment. I think it's a little too fair. But it is still part of the syndicate. So am I just dead? I'm not paying too much attention, but I think I'm. Yeah, I think we're just dead. Right? They can keep sacking. Yeah. Okay, we're dead. I don't want to waste people's time. What else is like a broken land legacy? Like Cloud Post, obviously. Any Merit Lage deck, obviously. Guy's Cradle. Enchantress is interesting. I have to think about that one. Potentially though. Saga for sure. Yep, I agree. So I mentioned this before on a previous stream. I think there is a Saga deck out there that people aren't playing yet, and that's like green blue. And you probably play like Uro Reclaimer in like the Brainstorm Shell. Kind of get it's like the somewhere in between the Cantrip Cartel and the Sylvan Syndicate, right? All right, so let's see. Collective probably not great here. I think we want the Force of Vigor to tag their food chain. Mind Bird Trap not great. Endurance not great. Yeah, again, one of the issues with this at the moment is that we're finding out. Yeah, I definitely, to me, have a framework for a blue-green, like Reclaimer Landsish deck with Saga, per Euro, per Green Sun Zenith. It probably get the most of best world, right? Like the best of both worlds. Sorry, and but had the inability to play removal is all. I mean, I have it actually outlined already in my Reclaimer Discord. I mean, Cabal. If people want it, like just PM me, and I'll just send a list. Or because I have to look it up, right? I posted it somewhere, like a rough draft, and then I forgot what I was gonna say. Yeah, I have a rough draft of it somewhere, like the full 60. I don't have the sideboard obviously fleshed out, but like outline what it would look like. Um, we don't really have much, sadly, in this matchup. Like part of the problem with this not having access to black, right? Potentially we squeeze. Ravenous Panda brings up a good point. Yeah, Flagstones is pretty broken with a Reclaimer. I have dabbled in that for a time or two from Modern. So that is completely fair by Ravenous Panda. It is ramp plus card advantage all rolled into one, and I played that for the mocks. Uh, Only because I just did not want to play like a blue pile. It's just like not to me the idea of fun, and I felt like I could compete for fun and I could compete and have fun at the same time with that green white reclaimer deck. All right, we get a nice Arbor Elf start. So yeah, again, this is probably the last match unless there's a big objection anybody wants to see this deck again. Um, I think the second league I want to switch to a better deck. To my the issue with Bant, I think, versus Simic is Simic would have the better mana base, but Bant having access to Flagstones is kind of a big thing. Don't tell me we're dead already. Jesus. Okay, thank goodness we are not dead. They should attack. There's no way we're blocking unless they need the creature. Oh no, I was thinking it's a pyrokinesis. I mean, we can't play around it, so we're just gonna have to order and hope they don't have it. Um, Regardless of how this match ends up, we went 2-2 prior, and I think we win round one with our traditional lists. and we probably lose round two anyway. So we probably gave up one match because of the lack of black. Started to be a broken record. I, I did mention that a few times there. I think you need to play P Stores Cloud in a deck like that to be competitive. So Ravenous Panda, I don't know how true that is. Maybe it's true, but being a slower deck without removal and without a combo, probably not where you want to be. Without removal, yeah. So that's a very fair assessment because Elves doesn't have removal really, but it's also a combo deck, right? Uh, Maybe the Saga package is enough. I don't know, but I'd be a little bit nervous about not having a combo kill, right? If you don't have removal. So I would have you. We'd have. I mean, the only way you know for sure is by testing, and it's hard to say, right? A lot of things could change. So that's very fair, right? Like maybe the constructs aren't good enough. If you have to, well, to be fair, you have the spell bomb. You do have the spell bomb for Murktide, but the point is, yeah, you're gonna be soft to a lot of random creatures, even like an Elvish Visionary, right? Like you're just gonna have issues dealing with that, or not really Visionary, but Water with Symbiote specifically. So far, we've beaten Rainbow Depths and let's see, what did we beat? I think there's some blue deck. Off the back, we just play natural order. The card is just absurd. I think that's a little too much because I don't think we were a crop rotation deck either. Or maybe we are. I don't know. This is a traditional elf list. Actually, not this land though, but I think we just play this. Oops. Whoops. Ooh. All right. I think get the cradle obviously. Could be the yeah. I was thinking of the mana reducer dude. Yeah, I wonder if it's win more though, right? Like that's a lot of grindy elements already. I think you do need some either protection or speed. I think is what Raven is Panda's getting at. Like grinding is good. I'm don't get me wrong. I made this deck slower, right? Like personally, but and when I say this, I'm talking about like what I usually play. But at the same time, you still have to kill the person, right? At the end of the day. Well, that's a very harsh term. You still have to defeat your opponent. We may be just dead. I'm gonna pass, but I mean the problem with this build obviously is we are having issues really post board, right? Granted, leagues are like thank you for the follow, share. I don't know how to pronounce that. Yikes. Okay. Well, nothing we can do there. They should be playing Fury because I think it works well with the deck, but I guess Pyro's fine too. Or no, we're probably just dead. Or not. I just assume that we're dead once this card hits, but I guess they have hands that don't that lose to it. All right. The Yabamaya doing work here, for once. What do they pitch to the Pyro? Matron, that's good. I think what Ravenous Panda is saying is very fair. And I'm the reason why I say this is because I tried Maze of Ith actually in Elves. It's actually a little bit dangerous because one wasteland and your plan goes to you know what. Um, like it can work out. I've had like Maze of Ith just like stall a Murktide before, but it's just very dangerous too at the same time. You want clean answers usually. So yeah, Raven's Pan is saying something essentially what I'm saying in parallel. All right. Surprisingly not dead yet, but will be potentially next turn. Oh, and we are just drawing really poorly. Well, that would have helped actually, but what can you do? Mm-hmm. I think we take the Visionary. We like try to combo here. We're under too much pressure. It's possible this game is already lost, but we have to try. We drew two, so it's not the end of the world. And we have to just fade a huge attack right now. Not to mention any tutor we die. Or even ringleader potentially. Natural, alright, we have to bounce. A second food chain, interesting. Um, let's see what they do. Interesting line. They should not, well, I guess we just do it this way then. There's no punish here for blocking. I feel like our opponent is giving us a chance to win here. Or come back in this game. Oh no, the one card we want to see. Alright. That's quite good though. Hmm. Nice. Symbiote's actually an insane draw here. We're gonna pitch the Arbor, but we have the Career Ranger to bounce the Cradle, which is kind of cool. We're finally getting to do the thing, so to speak, as they like to say. Looks like we need to fade one draw step. I don't think they block. There's no way. All right. I'm trying to think if there's a reason to do it main phase here. Probably, actually. Oh, sorry, upkeep is what I mean. I think we're gonna steal this game, which is incredible, actually. Our opponent also did everything they could to give us the game. Do we have an Arbor left? I think we do. No, we don't. So we gotta be careful. Somehow salvaged the 3-2 in this league. And I think this should have been worse, to be honest. All right, pretty cool. So with that said, anybody want to see another league with this list that we concocted? It's possible some of the issues that we saw with it, namely not having, we went 3-2. I think overall we probably could have been 4-1 if we played a normal list. It's possible if we can stretch the mana to run black, maybe it's okay, but I just felt like a lot of times the Yavimaya did nothing. The most like these were actually pretty decent standalone because they made mana. There was some like merit to that. We didn't really grind out any games, so Reclaimer wasn't that big a deal. We only played mostly fast matchups, for whatever it's worth. Otherwise, like it's possible we rework the mana base and make sure we can squeeze in black. Like, man, maybe that means running only one force, for instance. Correct. I don't think you can. I agree with that. So maybe it means you do something like this. So what is it like 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 black sources, and then you have access to Thoughtseize. Like the black was sorely missing, and that was like very evident in my opinion. So if you can support, oops. Mohica, good question. I actually don't think we ever did, right? Like, we got to do it there, but then the game was already out of hand. So maybe it's just win more, like straight up. Like, chat, help me if am I forgetting right? Like, we never got to do the thing besides that one last game right now, right? And we already won anyways. So it's quite possible it's the combo is win more. Although individually the Ranger and more specifically the Mana Dork, really, this is was the best card. Agreed with Chris. Yeah, I think we only did it the most recent match, and we didn't even do it because we already won, right? Like we could have bounced it or whatnot, but it felt pretty win more. The Arbor Elf, I will say, like as a Mana Dork, was pretty impressive. Like you, right. So Chris is right, and we just didn't need the mana a lot of times. I would say the Arbor Elf itself is pretty impressed. Just having another dork. I'm not sure that and Reclaimer jive well because you really want to lead turn one in the dark with Reclaimer or Green Sun. Right. Turn one Landlord Elves has always been good. So not a surprise that this is good. It was a liability sometimes. I mean, it didn't hurt us obviously here that this is not a mana ability, but can in the future. Um, Ranger, not really the game sort because we didn't really face many grindy matchups, but there was one glimpse chain where it did things like, and I still think Ranger's like fine as a Nettle Sentinel proxy. But overall, I do not think the Yavimaya, you know, Wombo combo was worth it. Like we never, it's probably win more. So I think with that said, what was I gonna do? Probably just shelve this for now. For instance, we cut a run of foul here, but I think I'll go ahead and test this. I'll let everybody, I'll let everybody take a quick look at the next list that we're playing this next league. There aren't too many objections to or any objections from the chat, so I think everybody's kind of in agreement. It was kind of win more. We did 3-2 surprisingly. I thought it was gonna be a train wreck given how it started. It was 0-2 at one point, I think. Let me see. Does it say? All right, here. Return to detail. Yeah, we started 0-2 and we finished strong, which is more important than starting strong, right? I do think here's my like current list I want to try. We 5-0 with a close list I mentioned earlier in the stream. The difference was no Run of Found, no Caracas. It was an Excavator and a Wasteland, but I think I want to try this because it maps better against green-white depths specifically. I mentioned this to, and I won't reveal this person's name because I want to keep it under wraps because they are learning the deck at the moment. This is a typical blue, not typical, traditionally is the right word, blue player that is trying to learn this deck. And I will keep their name private for now. But I mentioned to them there are certain what people call anti-Delver meta decks, and they tend to be like lands, D&T, and green-white depths. I don't include elves in that category anymore because if you just look at the win rate, most elf players are losing to Delver now. It's in my opinion, personally, like if you have a good elf player and a good Delver player, it's probably pretty close. If you do have an advantage, it's not by much, and it's not unreasonable to think maybe the Delver player even has that advantage, depending on sideboards and stuff. But that said, I think one of the strengths of playing elves is you do beat combo compared to some of the other quote unquote non-blue decks, and against some of the anti-Delver decks. I think D&T obviously is a good matchup. I think lands is a very bad matchup, and I think green-white you're slightly unfavored, but it's close enough that I think you can flip. So the goal is to essentially win at least 2 of those 3 matchups, right? I think it's gonna be. I think you need to get lucky to beat lands. Like is my personal opinion, but I think beating D&T is like very possible. I think we're favored. I think beating green-white depths is also within realm of possibility. I would say we're a slight dog, but not by much. Hey Mike, how's it going? For those who don't know, Mike is Eureka 22422 who recently 4-0'd a prelim with Storm with new Storm what's it called namesake Ave. Let me put that up here. So with that said, here we are. I'll join another league with green-white rock control. I called it Jack's Elves just because it was faster elves, but we saw it was a little bit win more. I am happy we 3-2'd with it. Like, given we started 0-2. Here's the list for now. I'm going to use the restroom real quick. We'll be back in a minute. All right, we are back. And a quick review of what we'll be playing for our second league. We didn't have any opposition to running the other one back or wanting to run the other one back. So I'm gonna run what I want to test tonight, which is just a pretty stock list. Otherwise, running the run crop rotation as a hedge against green white depths. I just think leagues are just very unsafe without Leyline of the Void in some quantity. Maybe even challenges, to be honest, with the rampant reanimator at the moment. Pretty overall flexible. I think earlier I mentioned, earlier I gave a ranking of, I'll do it again here, of my fire cards for elves. I've also had discussions about what is the most important or valuable cards in the sideboard for elves currently. Um, for a long time, this was like the most unique effect, which is the Progenitus. I am not even sure this is the number one card anymore. It might still be it because it helps you beat. It's a clean answer to Plague Engineer and swaps in for Archon. But I think Endurance just does potentially way too much. And just might the future of this deck might be centered around Seas, or sorry, the future of the sideboard might be centered around Thought Seas, Endurance, obviously the Progenitor still, and then the rest is just like I can see changing. Right, I think the Seas you just don't want to get got by the combo decks. All right, time to start. Another thing I want to mention too about the Yavimaya Cradle Queer Ranger Triumvirate is it's not really a 3 card combo. It's more like even a 4 card combo because that's just the mana portion. You still need a payoff. Potentially, Trophy is locked into. I thought the card was really bad before, but then it's crazy how things change. So that's why I'm leaving that as a thing that could potentially change down the road. I think this is like a little shaky, but I'll probably just keep. It's not gonna get too much better than this. I don't like to mull in general. I think it's like close enough. Obviously, the ley lines can is like a metal call, but I think endurance just having too many applications, unless like some of the decks just fall off the radar, for instance. Like if Doomsday, for instance, like falls off, then maybe we'll revisit it. But right now, endurance just does way too much, and being a creature means the value of Once Upon a Time goes up too. Yikes. Okay. I don't think we're meeting this card, but we shall see. Actually, do I just concede here? They probably assume. Well, let me think. Do we want to give? Is there a reasonable chance we're gonna beat Archon of Cruelty? And the answer is probably not. Actually, yeah. So we're just gonna concede here instead of revealing. And they probably already know. Like, I've had people tell me, shout out to Anurag. Oh, if you see an elf player on an unknown account, it's probably Newton. So, uh, what's the word? The secret's out, so to speak. All right. Now for boarding. I think we still want the Caracas, even though it's not like as good as it used to be. And then we're just boarding in like a million cards, right? We literally boarded in 14 cards against our opponent just now. So hopefully we'll win. Excuse me. I just think this is the new core, right? Like anti-combo core, the once upon a time endurance, and once upon a time is like came at the beginnings, so to speak, like that and Reclaimer of fire design, but or when I say begin, maybe middle is like more fair. Also, what I've learned is free spells are just broken, so the more free spells you can play, probably the better your deck's gonna be, right? Why can't I play this? What is going on? There we go. This might be game outside of something like show and tell. Animate dead and reanimate, sure. So they probably thought I kept a reclaimer hand when I kept a much better hand than that. What am I? Why is this glitching? All right, something is not right. Uh, chat. All right, there we go. I don't know what's going on. Why didn't they unmask me first? It doesn't make any sense. Interesting. I'm gonna test my. All right, so that's working. My internet is either having issues or it's Moto. Probably Moto. But what else is new, right? Yep, my browsers all seem to be okay. I don't know what's going on. Why it's so laggy. So here they take the endurance first. We still have the once upon a time, which is nice. I'm gonna deck thin. All right, maybe it's my mouse, and no, it must be Moto. It's always the answer. Come on. So they exiled and exhumed. Thanks, Chris. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. I'm looking forward to your recap of your your strong run from this weekend as well, by the way. Oh. Okay, we can live with that. I've mentioned before, I've never lost to a grief reanimator. Awesome, appreciate it, Chris. Take care. Good night. I think from here, I'm actually pretty comfortable with. God, what is going on with this like interface? Pretty comfortable with um, where we are in this game state. Oh my God, what is going on? I'm gonna restart the application after this. Like, there's something not like the it doesn't seem to be responding to my clicks for whatever reason. If our opponent is not careful, they lose their board here. Okay, I guess they don't see it. Well, actually, hold on. Hold on. Hmm. Actually, no, we don't do that because we tap out. Otherwise, they can have entomb into reanimate or something like that. That's not worth it. Oh my God, what is going on? All right. We won the first match there, but it is incredibly slow right now. I'm gonna try restarting the application because I do not want to play through this lag. So we will try again right now to restart Magic Online. I don't know why it's incredibly slow. But this will only take hopefully a few minutes. I mean, a few seconds. My internet seems fine, so I hope it's just the I hope it's just the Moto application. We played against this person earlier. I don't remember what they were on. Oh, 1 second. Let me bring. I'm gonna look at the other the game history. We just played against this person. Oh, we beat them. They were on. Uh, oh, Depths, I think. Turbo Depths. Yeah, this interface is like real iffy at the moment. Don't know what is going on. Anybody here who's logged in as well having issues with the Moto app? Thank you for the follow, MMPTR. I think here we can just play out our whole hand. We do have lethal next turn, which is nice. Uh-oh. Interesting. Thank you, Mike. I really appreciate that. That's awesome. Dang, you're the real MVP. All right, so I think I'm gonna go ahead and make Mike a mod, just for that awesome gesture right now. Let me see if that's accurate. Okay, Mike is already a mod, so even better, right? All right. Here the problem is we pitched that we don't have actually lethal, and the irony is the bog, right? Like it's actually hurting us. They probably have the spear guy here, but I don't know if we can afford Thank you. I appreciate that. I really appreciate that. um, if they have it, they have it. I think. Like the endurance or whatever is just gonna buy only a turn, and we'd have to top deck exactly what we need and have the mana to cast it too. So I believe they have the merit lage based on the way they're playing. Yeah. Somehow we beat this deck with the other deck, but we're gonna lose here. At least game one. Your prime sub to nice. It wasn't working before. Yeah, I didn't realize like the implications of prime until kind of like a few months, only recently. The button won't show. Oh, for prime, I think you have to. I think I had that issue too. Let me see. I think you have to click on. Shoot. There's a way to do it. I think. Yeah, I'm not seeing the prime issue as well. But then I remember I gifted a sub to Jarvis recently, so um, there's a way to do it. I think you have to like click further on the button. All right, we are down a game. Somehow we beat this. Well, let me think. Do we want C's in this matchup? It's all about speed. Probably still good enough, I think. Just as more disruption. It does. It's just, yeah. All right, let me see. Yeah, I for some reason I can't see it either, and I have Prime. I'm clicking on my own sub, the drop down menu. We do have tools post board for whatever it's worth. Um, Not the best. Um, Probably just based on the C's, but man, it's not pretty. Like part of me, this is a mole already, and so is this. Well, this is like a half mole. I think we have to keep it though. Is the sad reality. Like they have discard, and that makes mulliganing a little bit dicey. I will look into it though, Sadra. I'm almost certain that's something we can Google, and if not, I'll ask Runcor in Eagle. He probably knows the answer as to why it's not showing. I feel like this is an issue that has been solved by others and myself before. I just don't know off the top of my head. I don't see the button myself at the moment. Kind of an interesting hand. So, do we take their? Hmm. They're short lands, so and it's not going to be the crowd rotation. If they hit a land, the crop gets way better. The Hex Mage is only relevant with the crop rotation, and they already have the stage. So I think it's the Spirit Guide. Thank you. I appreciate that, Sadra. That would be great. And Inigo, if you, I actually, Sadra, if you can only choose one, sub to Inigo because he's actually helped me a lot on his stream on this stream. So I would rather he get it than me because he's the one that's actually really helped my stream in terms of the setup. If you only have room for one, I think Inigo is great for the fantasy community. So my logic is this: if they have a land, a green land, it's redundant anyways. So I'm just hoping they just miss. Possibly dead already. There's a chance we take the Hex Mage too, in case they don't hit a land drop. But oh my god, they took. Well, nothing we can do. Is actually in hindsight might have been hindsight's 2020, but maybe it was a mistake not taking the Hex Mage because my logic though was if they have any land, then the hand was quite bad, admittedly. Let me look at the list. Possible we want a hand that's either Crop, Caracas, Run Afoul, or the Assassin's Trophy, but there's a six of, and I think the C's was like decent enough. The honest reality is we probably lose anyways because the hand was not that good. Like any green land, they still win, right? I guess the exception is if they draw either a Lotus Petal. Well, let me think about that. They had the stage, so they couldn't do it the other way. What it could do is play more run afoul or more crowd rotation. I also potentially don't keep that hand. That hand was pretty bad. This is fine. That's good to hear, Sadra. I think here we save this for a fetch for a an arbor, the best possible. Our line here is gonna we're gonna depends what we draw. If it's a creature, we're gonna play the Birchbolt or the creature, and then Cradle, hold up Reclaimer for Arbor. Probably just eats a removal spell here based on everything that's going. The good thing MMPTR is Turbo Depths is not super common in my opinion. I don't know how. I'd be curious what its matchup against Delver is. I heard. I would suspect its matchup against the control decks are not great because of Swords to Plowshares and potentially either potentially Ice Fang or Strix or one of those. Um, Potentially we threw against our opponent. Somehow we lost with this deck and beat it with the other one, but I guess the other one we drew a lot better. Sure. There is some kind of lag going on right now in Moto, and that is quite tilting. They pitch a Ponder to their Force. Hopefully they are not a Terminus deck. I mentioned this last time. People keep telling me Terminus is dead, but somehow I keep running into it in leagues. Not lately, but who knows? Maybe this is it right here. Like End Step Brainstorm feels like Terminus to me. Nope, they are on Jeskai some kind of tempo because of Wasteland. Unless that's the one of. It's crazy to me that control players are playing Wasteland now. What a world we're living in. For sure, Sadra. I mean, anything goes in leagues. Mox Diamond. Interesting. So this is a Jeskai Sagavan, I guess, is what we're playing against. Although they usually don't have Mox Diamond. 3, 6, 7. We're just bash. We're not gonna respect whatever flash potential creature they have. It is. A lot of them are not even running basics. It's just somewhere. I forget the guy's name. That always plays Grixis Control in standard. Is upset right now. I'm hoping that's a hard cast force. Could be a removal spell. You don't know. I know, right? Painter could be pretty good right now. I guess I'll make the mana out here. Hey Max, how's it going? Not going to the store today? Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I myself probably got Omicron. We caught it, just I don't know which variant, right? 3. All right, we are one short, unfortunately. So that'd be 2, 3, 7. It's the old natural order for probably Archon. Actually, let me think about that. It's awkward if our opponent gets the spell bomb. So I'm actually going to just Archon for Gris and plus. Maybe it's correct to get Archon anyways. I'm not sure. It's still 1 for 1 for whatever it's worth. I think Gris getting value no matter what might be correct. Alright, so they are cantripping. Sure. Yeah, so there's that Omicron cough. Oops. Yep. Alright, that was easy enough, I guess. We played a very combo-centric Yavimaya league, first league max. We 3-2'd after 0-2 start, so can't be mad about that. Turns out Yavimaya is pretty win more, which is not too surprising because it's really a 4 card combo because you had that plus Cradle, which is arguably good enough by itself already. And either Arbor Elf or Query Ranger, and then you need a payoff, right? Like not only do you have the mana engine, you need a payoff, and uh, pretty win more, I think. Or at least a lot of things have to align for that to be good. I think against this kind of deck, Endurance is not as good, but probably still worth it. We know they have artifacts, but I don't think we really want Oof in this matchup. Maybe we see EE or something. Very shaky key by me in the previous match, game 3. Sure. I think we put the grist back as much as it pains me because endurance is actually not great in this matchup too. So actually, I'll put the endurance back. I'm always happy to see blue decks go turn 1 ponder instead of turn 1 threat. Yeah, Run Afoul is a very cool, obscure card that is powered up version of Clip Wings. Shout out to my boy Adam Wallace for playing Clip Wings to a top 8 slash. I think he won the challenge a while back. Long story short, it's very good against Merit Lage and currently very good against Delver decks. We missed off the land, which is pretty backbreaking. The good thing is we dug 5 deep, so we should have better percentages of hitting land here than previously, but that once upon a time needed hit a land there. It's not the end of the world if we what is it called? If we draw a land here, then it's fine. So there's the EE. Alright. That is quite annoying, but something we will live with. Maybe they pop it here. Never mind. That's a problem. Jesus. Hmm. I'm gonna main phase this. Normally, I like to bog the loam, but I figure we can get decent value, and we don't want them to continue to. It's like that wasteland is like very awkward for us with the loam. Not to mention, we don't really have a better play. Like I don't want to play more one drops when the EE is still on the board. Um, and in general, you want excuse me, make best use of mana. Like the ideal scenario is from here. Um, they tap out and we just glimpse combo them. If they don't tap out, we will just like nickel and dime them and see how they react. I think here. I'm fetching the Bayou now to play around removal in the future. Sure. We're actually kind of happy about this. It means this is down for a turn. Doesn't matter with our hand at the moment, but it could if we have glimpse. So here, if they don't represent wasteland, things may get problematic for them. Tropical island, sure, that's something we want to see. They're on rug colors too. Actually, no, it's like 4C. What is going on? All right. Interesting game that's going on here. It's like 4C-ish, control-ish, but with wasteland and low. Actually, it's probably just straight up 4C control. We haven't seen any threats really, right? Bash with awe and see what they do. That's a lot of damage. Like, all right, they're gonna plow the endurance. That's fine. This might draw up force. Yep. Wow. The reclaimer drew out the finally drew out the EE. Our opponent didn't want to get pinged to death, I guess. I'm gonna hold this in hand because I don't want them to have it killed by prismatic ending. I think it might be game. Outside of something crazy. Should have probably held back the arbor, but that's okay. Actually, arbor matters because these are fives, right? They have to have three removal spells essentially. They did not. They used up one swords. All right, that's game. We were in pretty. We were in command essentially most of that game. Kicking myself for the loss against Depths though that we beat earlier on when our deck was worse. All right, round four. Let's see what we have here. This is a reanimator player typically. Um, here's the age-old question: do you keep because you think they're on reanimator? I don't know. I probably don't keep this otherwise, but maybe I do because we know what they are on. This is an age-old question, right? Do you keep because you think you know what they're on? It just so happens the one of endurance is in our hand. This actually comes up a lot, believe it or not. Probably more so in leagues just because it's sheer volume, but still. Okay. They probably go for the turn one and not realize we just have the one of silver bullet. Tomb, yep. Things are going according to plan. Needless to say. So the reason why I know what they're on is because I've run into them a lot in leagues. I think here Collector Oof is probably safer to beat whatever potential other nonsense they might have. Like card advantage doesn't matter when they have like Gristlebrand in their deck. Ooh, that actually It's a little bit painful to see. The Reclaimer. We do have another bomb that we can draw into, which is the what is it called? The crop rotation. All right, that's relief actually. Not seeing an entomb there. It's now or never for our opponent. Yeah. Otherwise, the Reclaimer's online. Kind of crazy actually. How that played out. I think same. I think we board as if they're reanimator. I do know that they have the sideboard like into smog combo. I don't think we really like our natural boarding plan is like okay against that already. So I think we board as in like it's. I think the reanimator plan is scarier. So we hedge towards that. It's not real magic in my opinion, but that's why we have Layla in the void, right? Sure. We these dark ritual entomb decks all run a bunch of discard at the moment. We can't really just mold a ley line though. Well, we could, but we just lose to something else, right? Okay, I think they are on the apprentice plan because they took the assassin trophy. Well, speaking of Leyline the Void. It'd be quite impressive if they can assemble Smog plus, what is it called? Smog plus Apprentice plus discard. It's a lot of moving pieces. We saved the Arbor here as a pitch for the Endurance. Sure. So they see Leyline of the Void now. They might be more, yeah, inclined to go for game three, right? Okay. Flooding out here a little bit. I think they might have it. Shoot. They're missing. No, they have everything. They just if they have the smog, we're just dead here. Sure. So we're not dead yet, which is nice. Natural order obviously bails us out here. We don't care about the grief. That's like irrelevant. Interesting to me that. Ooh. So that's maybe why they attack with the witch. Um, we are under some pressure though. I will say we are under some pressure. I don't think we care. Ugh. We have to play the cradle because to threaten the pump, so that they can't continue to attack us. We're dead to some top decks, but we have our own top decks too. I don't think they know about the forest, so they might just name something they're scared of. Yeah. And then we're gonna trade here. Interesting. Yikes, that's not what we wanted. They probably still attack, is my guess. They should. We go to three, which is fine. I think we go to two. That is a hell of a draw. Nothing we can do about this card, I think. I wonder what they're two running for. Probably a reanimation. Maybe not actually with the Gris out. Okay, they didn't take the Smog, so they don't have the Apprentice. Interesting, for sure. Can we go to one is the question. Probably not. The thing is, if we let this die, we could do it this way and then just block and then use the Assassin's Trophy. I kind of like that. Yeah, let's do it that way. In case they have another Piranha Marsh, like I think we have to play around that. We couldn't stop this regardless. All right. They'll block. If they ever remove a spell, we lost anyways.
Maybe this is a fatal push. Never mind. Feels like we're gonna lose, but hard to say.
Another grief, maybe? Excuse me. Maybe it's a War Gorge. The War Gorger Dragon is in their hand. Oh, shoot. Alright, now we're just dead. What an odd game. Um, I think we just run it back. I feel like we probably messed up at one point in that game. I gotta look at where. Um, it's tough though. Like we have the Assassin's Trophy in hand, but we have to kind of use it there. Otherwise, we have no board. This is like pretty good. I might just slow roll the Leyline of the Void here. It's bad if they have the combo, but if they don't, this is like insane otherwise. Probably will name Natural Order, maybe Assassin's Trophy, if they have the combo. Because they can't be a ley line, right? Alright. Maybe based on the way that they're playing, they have graveyard cards only in their hand. Hmm. The Witch is probably scarier, I would imagine. Because it's the clock too. They might just smog me right now. Ooh, they did not. I'm thinking in Necromancy, that's the instant speed anime did. Perhaps thinning their deck. Yeah. We need to take the combo piece out of their hand. It's getting a little bit dangerous. Yep. All right, that was a good win. I pretty happy so far with that. I'm gonna go ahead and take a quick break before we wrap up the last match of this league. Be back in a minute. Be right. Actually, I need to check my phone or something. All right, time to wrap up.
One more match for this league. Lewis, come on.
Yes, that is my dog, Lewis.
Lewis. This is the culprit right here.
Thank you, I appreciate that, Wally. So we call him Lou, but his full name, I guess, is Lewis. Let's look at the list at the moment. I feel like we're a little bit soft to Merit Lage still, but maybe that's just unlucky with that matchup. We did beat it with a worser deck, or worser configuration of this deck for what it's worth. Not too much wiggle room too in the sideboard for changes. If we want to maintain, we beat Reanimator. Toyoshi 1102. This hand is quite slow. I think we have the mull. At least it's got a cradle. I think we keep it here on 6. Yes, Wally. What specifically do you want to talk about? It's been out of the deck for a while now. At least my version. Oof. I think I want to say around March, or late March. Yeah, which is my birthday, roughly. But around late March, early April, like finally took Jax's advice. Uh-oh. I finally took Jax's advice and tried cutting the Coon Ranger because we saw it's an idea we floated around before, but we saw two successful Japanese lists do it in one of the events over there in Japan, and we haven't really looked back since. We went down to one copy at the time, and it strikes me as doomsday. And then more recently, I want to say like September, no, right before Eternal Weekend. What is that? Are we playing against Mill? Okay. Yeah, we finally cut the last copy because I just didn't think it moved the needle enough, and we rather have the sideboard space. It's not strictly worse than Birchwell Ranger. Uh, One second. What is going on? Okay, so back to the question. We don't think it's strictly worse than Birchwell. It's just that Birchwell is kind of like one of the better cards secretly in the deck. Yeah, we are playing against Mill. The craziness of this. Um, it combos with Glimpse. It's a mana dork or pseudo mana dork. Uh, Essentially, the reason why we cut Queen Ranger is because it's actually it's better in the grindier matchups, and we of the cards that were on the table for cutting, we wanted to keep the speed cards because that's kind of where we're weak, in my opinion. I think we fetch here. Cradle Hoof awkwardly in our hand. This is very anticlimactic, I must say. guess with that. Uh, not that's not quite the timeline, Wally. Reclaimer was in a long time before Queen Ranger got cut. Like they were side by side, doing that grind work together, like for a long time. It actually pains me to cut Queen Ranger, but I think I said that already. Sure. Oh, almost messed up. I don't really want to see any of this. Yikes. Alright. Okay. Oh, that's a very good draw. We might be dead, to be honest. Like, I'm a little bit nervous about what's going on the other side. Alright, so I will talk a little bit more about Queer and Ranger, I guess. This is actually very dangerous now. Wow, okay, I'm scared of losing to these kind of decks. Like, Elves is actually very susceptible to these kind of decks that you don't really plan your deck around. Alright, to answer the question, so Birch Lore was never really a consideration. I want to put that out front there. It was really between Heritage and Queer Ranger. I think Heritage is currently the weakest card in the deck. The reason why it was Ranger was cut, even though it's actually often better than Heritage, is because the deck where it's kind of lacking is in the first two turns of the game, especially against a non-graveyard deck where Reclaimer doesn't do anything, right? We wanted a card that could potentially steal games, and the way we steal games is Green Sun for two with Collective, and it's not so much we like Heritage better than Queen Ranger. It's just that Heritage facilitates a game plan against one of our weaker matchups better, namely the Collective Oof matchups. Whereas Queen Ranger is more of a grind card. Where the other thing is between Reclaimer and Once Upon a Time, Reclaimer already protects your lands, and then Once Upon a Time actually helps hit your land drops. So Queen Ranger became a little bit. I wouldn't say it's not. I wouldn't say it's useless. It's definitely one of the high floor cards in the deck. It's just that it became expendable. Yeah, I mean, definitely the turn two natural order, the turn two like crazy glimpse chains were nice, but it's just like how often does that come up, right? The way we addressed it was specifically what we need in the deck. And Queen Ranger, while good, is not something we could. It's something we could live without. I guess is the best way I can put it. I don't think we want Gris. Endurance is actually quite funny in this matchup. I think we just board in four, right? I don't think there's removal that we maybe a Plague Engineer, but like who cares? Bog is like interesting because they probably have Drown in the Lock. I don't think we want the fourth Visionary. I think everything else is probably okay. Not really. It's more like the opposite, right? Nettle is the one dependent on Heritage. Heritage is not the one dependent on Nettle. I think we mold. Well, we have two turns to hit a land. It's actually two glimpses too slow. All right, this is significantly better. Yeah. So again, it's the nettle depends on heritage, not the other way around. Correct. So Sager put it best, right? It's now just a Black Lotus instead of infinite mana, and I say just right. Why are we playing against this deck though? It's not. It's maybe the first time this year, or second time this year I played against Mill in Legacy. Obviously, in Modern, it's a thing. Nettle pretty much never. I think. I don't think I am ever playing that card competitively ever again. Queen Ranger, there's like certain scenarios, but Nettle is not like a real card to me. You have got to be kidding me. Oh my god, really? Just great. Yeah, so Queen Ranger, I would say not so much the meta. Like maybe if something gets banned, like we don't have enough cards to put to play anymore. Like then I can see it being like relevant. Nettle, I don't think I'm ever playing again. I think the cards are really bad, personally. I only, I'll put it this way: the only time I ever touched Nettle is when somebody. The only time I ever touched Nettle is whenever somebody asked me for practice against elves, and they know they want to practice against the traditional build. Otherwise, I would not play it. I mean, I think for me to touch Nettle, it had to be some crazy new printing like a Landlord elf that draws a card if you control an Elsan or something like that. Something crazy like that. Oh, I screwed up. They took my cradles. Oh my god, this is a disaster now. I think we have to get the Arbor then. This is a bona fide disaster at the moment. This is the trolliest deck I can imagine. What in the world? This is just, I don't know. Our opponent knows what they're doing. Like, gotta give them credit. Like, they got us like pretty badly this game. That's great. I like Queer Ranger is like a card I'm willing to play. I'll put it that way. It's just like we don't have any else we can cut at the moment. Probably not even, Wally. Probably not. Even if it's a Ragavan. The problem is you have too many cards that don't make mana. Like I don't think people understand that's the weakness of the elves, where if you don't make mana, you lose the game. Um, that said, Wait, what happened to? What is going on? Oh, all the reclaimers are gone. Just great. Just great. I guess here we just have to get the arbor. We need the, yeah. Like we're the thing about elves is we don't need flashier finishers. Like there's a whole bunch already, right? Like natural order, even shepherd these days. Um, I don't think I don't know if people realize. I only actually have three shepherds in this list because again, um, it's not really what the deck is missing, and that's why I kind of had endurance higher than shepherd at the moment. All right, so that's good. Yeah, we don't need splashier effects. Like what I really want is something like Birch Lord Druid, where tap two, make two green. Like that would be like pretty cool. I think. I screwed up actually right now. I should have played this, but I don't think it mattered for the two extra damage. For sure, Wally. I just this is a very tilting matchup. I think I play the land just in case it matters for days or something. I think so. If I, whatever, shoot, I screwed up. I was supposed to play the Reclaimer too. That was a mistake, but it's not the end of the world here. What a nonsense deck. I punted this game by not paying attention. All right, let's try not to punt again. The two different. I don't know what's in their hand, but that matters for sure. Like the two damage we left on the table by not playing the crop into the fetch. Actually, yeah, that's fine. I bet you we're gonna lose to this deck, and it's gonna tilt me. Hi, yeah. They might surgical in response here, which is ridiculous, but who knows? I think we name instant here. Actually, hold on. The good thing is we can put the endurance back in our deck. So I think that's the game plan here. It's just untraditional way. Okay, that's just lethal, I think. Oh, I don't even feel good. It's like more relief, right? All right, they're just conceding. They don't want to give us a satisfaction after we like mess with their plans. Yeah, that definitely G is Green Sun for endurance was the line. We'll just keep doing that if need be. Hey, well, so go ahead, Wally. What's up? I hope this is because you're trying to learn the deck, Wally. That would make me very excited if that's the case. Sure. What's up with Progenitus? Oh yeah, awesome, nice. Oh yeah, you actually you did mention earlier. I apologize. You did mention earlier you bought my version online and you're eager to play it. Are you in the Discord by the way, Wally? Let me invite you. So for those of you who are interested in learning the deck, there's like free material here in the Discord. There's also stuff you can pay for on Patreon. Um, honestly, like if you want my honest opinion, the best way to learn is probably to watch the videos, which are all free. So beyond the videos, if you want more information, then the Patreon would be second, I think. And then Discord is nice, but it's like again, here's the Discord, here's the Patreon, and then probably most important the YouTube, because that's where all the videos are. Why is he there and when do you use it? Okay, so that's a good question. I'll bring up the list. We went 4-1, pretty happy overall. Like this, some troll decks towards the end, but it is what it is, right? You can only beat the people in front of you. All right, so here's the list that we played. The reason why Progenitus is super important in the list is because of two things, actually, in my opinion. One, this card has to be played main because it gives you a chance to beat combo and stealing game one against combo and with some applications against control is, and especially better against Delver, right? It blocks um, the flyers um, and shuts off instants. You are gonna, to me, Archon is like super important. I don't understand lists that don't play it. Like, you don't even need to play Savannah if that's what's the hang up. Like, I don't play Savannah. I think still Prog because those decks are all usually STP decks, right? So, and they're Jace decks here, right? The thing is, like, Archon can be answered by a lot of the fair blue decks, and against like the non-blue decks, Archon is kind of middling, like not great against DNT. And part of the reason why our DNT matchup is only, I would say, 50-50 game one, because Solitude makes it awkward because if you don't have lethal, and they don't have to respect it, for instance, or like you can't go wide, um, it's a problem. Like you can't finish the game a lot of times against DNT and like even maybe something like goblins or whatnot. So it replaces Archon in a lot of these non-blue and even in blue matchups. The only time where Archon doesn't come out is against the artifact decks or the combo decks, right? So that's number one. It's a straight swap. We're never gonna play three fatties together. A lot of time we'll only even play one or none if we board out the natural order package, specifically against Delver. So that's number one. Number two, black decks are kind of unpopular at the moment, but anybody who's run into a UBX mid range mage will know they love, and it's a capital love. They love to play 3 to 4 plague engineers, and Progenitus is a clean answer because it's only one slot, and as long as you have either Reclaimer or the Fetch Land or Wirewood Symbiote, um, you can natural order for Progenitus and just completely ignore their Plague Engineer plan. The low key secret actually about Plague Engineer is the presence of the traditional lists is actually good for us in this respect because that list tends to be very vulnerable to Plague Engineer. And we saw in our first league, like we just lost everything because we were like an all-in combo deck. And they have Plague Engineer, we just have like a bunch of X1s. So the traditional list has that similar problem against Plague Engineer. Like one thing it does have is it has black access to black for Thoughtseize, so you prevent the damage before it happens. But you don't always have it, right? Like between Thoughtseize and the slot of Progenitus, we're actually pretty insulated against Plague Engineer, and a lot of people think Plague Engineer is actually like lights out against us when it's actually kind of middling. What I mean by that is it's 3 mana, so it's a little bit slow, and a lot of times we just have a board state that just doesn't care, and when we do care, we can actually beat it a lot of times. So the presence of the other version, the traditional one, actually gives us an advantage because people still think Plague Engineer is very good against Elves, when in reality we've solved this matchup or solved this problem a very long time ago. Like I haven't been afraid really of Plague Engineer since I want to say like end of 2019. Like people still play it because they're still stuck in the mindset that Plague Engineer is a KO against Elves, and it is strong against the other version, the traditional one, But even that version knows to play Thoughtseize and take it out of their hand. But especially us, like we don't really care because we don't have Nano Sentinel. So the synergies needed are not even present. What I mean by that is like Reclaimer is good by itself, and we're gonna keep all four copies in. Shepherd like is really the only card that gets hit by Engineer because Visionaire already cycles. We're boarding out the Heritage Druids, and then the Burstlord Rangers have morphed. So what exactly is Plague Engineer really hitting? Just the Alistor Shepherds really. Yeah, so there's Grist too, right? I mean, we didn't always have Grist, but so that's why I omitted it. But Grist is another answer. If black decks are back, we probably play the Cabal Pit. There's like a ton of ways to beat Engineer. Don't get me wrong, like I have lost to it, but it's more so because it's that plus something else, plus maybe a third thing. Like I've definitely had people who thought they could keep like six land hands or like virtual six land hands with or do nothing hands with plug engine and think that's gonna go the distance. I just like turn one thought season they concede, right? Like they just lose on the spot. So that's the other thing, right? It's good against plague engineer, which in my opinion is like only kind of middling against us. The exception though is the dark ritual decks that like to plague engineer turn one. Then it's pretty good because those type of decks we tend to have to race, and then when we have to race, we have to keep like Heritage Druid in. We have to often like we don't have a opportunity to like build very robust board state with Reclaimer. We have to kind of just play into it is the issue. So out of the Dark Ritual decks, I think it's like pretty solid because it comes down turn one, but otherwise kind of middling in my opinion. Any other questions, Wally or anybody? I think like this stream is pretty educational. Like we saw like a more combo side, granted with a different engine with the Yavamaya engine, but it's kind of win more. Kind of how I feel about. Although to be fair, the Arbor Elves were pretty good, like admittedly so. The logic for that, Wally. This is a question I get asked a lot. There's two reasons why we're not playing it. One, I don't think we need it, and the reason being is because by the time you have six mana, you're probably gonna have a Burstlord Rangers on the field or a Green Sun Zenith to find it. So that's number one. Like I don't think we need it. Number two, there is a real cost to playing it besides just back to basic. I'm sorry, besides non-basic hate. So ignore non-basic hate for a second. The secondary reason is Elvish Reclaimer and to a smaller extent Cabal Pit if we ever need it. We don't need it at the time, but if we do play it. Fetch lands in this deck are completely broken like they are in any other deck, but in this deck specifically, it's broken because Reclaimer being a 3/4 is the difference between a win and a loss a lot of times against Blue Red Delver. The other thing is this deck is very good at natural orders out of nowhere. And what I mean by that is Reclaimer and finding Cradles and Arbors and fetch lands for Arbors is the reason why we don't really need to commit much to the board. And then suddenly the opponent's staring down a Progenitus, like post board. And that's why this deck can play through a good amount of hate. Like it's not unreasonable to play through one or two pieces of disruption and still kill on turn 4 or 5. Whereas the other version, it can probably beat one piece of disruption pretty easily. I think two and the deck, especially if it's something like Plague Engineer or Containment Priest, the other version has a very, very difficult time beating. And it's because it relies on the internal synergies. And that's hard to do when the opponent is packing either a lot of hate or you just don't draw the right parts of your deck at the right time, right? Or like post board, for instance, when there's more removal, or something like Plague Engineer, where you're like Nettle Sentinel living through Plague Engineer is kind of, in my opinion, a misnomer because it does, but at the same time, its friends that it tends to hang out with, Birchlore Rangers and Heritage Druid, do not. So it oftentimes is just a 1 mana 1/1 that doesn't even untap. That it could be a liability, right? If it doesn't untap.
against Plague Engineer, for instance. Like this build is pretty robust against Plague Engineer, and it's not even at its most robust. Like I'm not playing the Cabal Pit, but essentially Reclaimer turning all your lands. Okay, the best way I can explain it is the easiest way besides Thoughtseize to play through an engineer is by natural order. There are certain scenarios where Glimpse is relevant too, but I'm gonna ignore that for a second. Um, and the way natural order beats Progenitus beats Plague Engineer is because Reclaimer turns minimal resources into 4 mana. The other version has a hard time getting to 4 mana without Heritage Druid or Burst Lord Rangers because it doesn't have Cradle. Um, the difference is Reclaimer can turn a pretty, you know, benign board state into Cradle, Arbor itself, and one other land. I think I'm counting that right. Yeah. So I'll put this here for those of you who are curious. Forest plus Cradle plus Arbor plus Reclaimer. That's 4 mana for NO, right? Like because the Force is 1, the Arbor is 2, the Cradle Predators is 2 as well. And essentially, you can do that from almost any board state, right? Like Reclaimer means natural order is almost always going to be live, and 4 mana is not a problem through an engineer, whereas where the other build has a hard time doing that. I think the 2 NO lists are slightly better against Delver, but weaker against pretty much everything else. And even if Delver is, let's say, 20 to 25% of the metagame, you're giving up percentage points to everything else, where natural order is a bomb, and like, pun not intended. Like, 4 mana win the game. Like, there's no other card like that in our deck that literally does one card kill, so to speak. Because against the slow decks or the fair decks, Progenitus is game most of the time, and then against the combo decks, Archon is game most of the time. You just don't even need any other creatures. Like you just need a one to pitch, right? So one mana. Sorry, one mana. One card combo is what I'm looking for. What I'm saying. Okay, cool. So I still have a little bit of time. If anybody have any other questions, otherwise I don't want to drag this on too long. If people are doing other things or don't have any other questions, I'm trying to see who would be a good candidate to raid right now. I guess. I hope that's a good thing, Wally. I don't mean to preach slash lecture too much, but I do appreciate that you're trying to learn the deck. So that's pretty awesome. And again, this is like if you enjoy my content or videos or stream, feel free to sub or visit my Patreon or Discord. Again, everything on Discord is free. Everything on YouTube is free, obviously. Awesome. I appreciate that, Star Fox. That's awesome. Yeah, anytime, Wally. So for those of you who don't know, yeah, I'm gonna post it again. Here's the Discord. Honestly, between Discord and YouTube, that's probably enough. If you need more, the Patreon I think is really useful. And one benefit of the Patreon, I will say though, is I don't advertise as much, but I will give priority to people who are in the Patreon because it's a $5 subscription, and so I will give priority in terms of like answering questions to those first, and also it gives one nice thing about the Patreon too that I think is probably the most useful besides the articles is the channel inside the YouTube. There is a Patreon only channel, and I will give out my list ahead of time of what I'm testing, and even like PTQ or like SPTQ or showcase challenge lists ahead of time on that channel. It's an honor system though, so like I give that out knowing like I can get screwed over if somebody uses that against me, like leaks my list. So please like Do not do that. Is what I'm is that what I'm asking is the only thing. Like I originally used to post all my lists on Discord, and unfortunately, I had a few issues. As this list became my deck became more popular, of people sniping me essentially, or my list for big events, and I do not want that to be an issue. It hasn't been ever since I went to this new system, so and hopefully I don't have to mention this ever again because it hasn't been an issue. But that's why I do it the way I do it at the moment because I've had it become an issue in the past. So one benefit, like I said, you can play the same list I play for a big event because I will give that out ahead of time. And I have had good experiences so far with people playing the same list I would play for a big event, for instance. That would be probably one of the big benefits of the Patreon, having the day of event early. Whereas I will give it to the other people in the Discord, but maybe like 2 weeks late, or maybe it gets published, right? Like if I do well in like a showcase or something. So yeah, if you want all the secrets, Patreon might be down your alley, but for the most part, I think people who have had actually Ivan, who won the NRG event, is a Patreon. Is a patron, so he's found the Patreon articles useful. But he also, full disclosure, did say the number one thing for him was watching the videos, and the piece of advice I gave him was if Reclaimer does not feel like the strongest creature in the deck, you're probably playing it wrong, the deck. And he said that piece of advice went a long ways towards him doing well in the legacy portion that qualified him ultimately for the Energy Championship. Yeah, sleepover. I'm a little too old, I think, for sleepovers, but hopefully you or one of your other friends can learn a lot from the Patreon. If there are no other questions, actually, we'll do a last call. If anybody else have any other questions, I'm glad to see David Star Fox on. By the way, I'm glad you're able to catch a stream. This stream went a little bit long because we did have some fun earlier with predicting my top five. I'll do that again actually for anybody who wants to participate or just as a review. My top five cards from Fire for Elves. I'll put it again here. They are real comfy. Dukes, how's it going? I wasn't sure you were still on. So here are my top five fire cards for elves. And again, I said earlier, it might not be what people think it is, especially towards the 3 through 5. 1 and 2, I think, will make sense. Here it is again for those curious. These are my top 5 cards for elves from Fire Design. It depends, Sadra, on the situation. If you need Cradle to be a live top deck, then obviously you don't thin. But if you already have all the mana you want, what I like to do is Reclaimer for a fetch and then fetch into like a basic or something. So like that. One thing about deck thinning, and I'm a big fan of it. Of course, everybody knows that already. But one thing about deck thinning is you do need to keep the last fetchable inside the deck. So what I mean by that is, unless you're down to your last draw, if you just Reclaimer for a fetch and only have one fetchable left, I would not upkeep fetch because that means all future fetches are dead. And what you want to do instead is not fetch and then Reclaimer that fetch away for other fetches. Hopefully that makes sense. I know it's a little convoluted the way I said it. I mean, I do it when I can, like just in the middle of in the middle of a stream, obviously. But when you draw that many cards, and especially when all our cards are good, we have like so many live top decks. Yeah, I think if you haven't done it yourself, Sadra, I definitely think you should just go fish. Like this is something you can do on your own time, right? You should go fish, and then because it matters for very grindy games, like, and you don't really want to have to think about the heuristics of Reclaimer when you're deck thinning. Do you ever not open with Once Upon a Time? What do you mean by that? Like, if I haven't not cast it, it has come up once recently, if that's what you're asking. And it was a very corner case scenario. So what happened was my opponent was on the play. They would yes. Well, let me rephrase that. I did it one. Yeah, I declined it once, and it was recent. My opponent was on the play, went turn one, Esper Sentinel, and then my top deck was Once Upon a Time, and I did not want to pay the tax, or give my opponent the draw. So hopefully that makes sense. Like, I top decked the Once Upon a Time. Otherwise, I can cast it in response to the Esper Sentinel, and then I drew it for the turn, and then I did not want to give my opponent the draw or take the tempo hit. So I played a creature instead because of the Esper Sentinel. That's the one time it's come up, and it was kind of recent. It was Saturday actually. So that is the one time I didn't do it. Another scenario I can think of is, and it probably happened at least once before, is if I'm playing against a graveyard deck and I need a pitch for endurance. That would probably be the other time. So yeah, those are the two scenarios I can think of off the top of my head. Anybody have questions about this list, by the way? I think if not, then let's just see. We can probably stream. I think Cedric's awesome. Maybe stream raise Cedric or So Strong. I think. Okay, let me. There's another question. This deck is so dynamic. The transition between Doomsday and Elves should be pretty easy. No problem. Yeah, I think. Okay, so it's funny you mentioned that. I jokingly would tell people I know. I think realistically, to playing this deck at like at least 90% level, I think only like 10 players can, or 10 to 15 players can do it right now in Legacy as is. And unfortunately, half of them are playing Doomsday. I think it takes a certain type of mind to figure out all the ins and outs of this deck. And usually, one of two things has to happen. You either have to be a blue combo player that enjoys these puzzles, or you have to be a reclaimer gamer. Like, you have to come from a reclaimer background, and I think otherwise it's the learning curve is quite high, and which is why a lot of people don't play this deck. There's no besides natural. There's no training wheels. I guess is probably the best way to phrase it. Like, everything has to be tight. Like, if you make a mistake, it's often game losing, and I mean, maybe not. You could take it. It's a thing, though. I do know a lot of the people who struggle with this deck, in my opinion, are the ones who actually have played Elves before with the Nettle Sentinel version. Because not that they're like, not that it can't be done, because I did it myself, and I know Adam Wallace, my buddy, also did it. But it's because the type of thinking is very different. It's much more a mid range deck, and whereas the other one is almost a pure combo deck, right? Like, the way the deck plays out is completely different. Probably a bigger difference than even Ant versus Test, because of the inherent differences between Reclaimer and not Reclaimer, right? And the other thing is, whenever you have more options, namely Reclaimer tutoring, and just tutoring in general, it tends to be more difficult to play. And which is why Doomsday is a difficult deck, for instance, right? You're tutoring X5, Vampire tutor X5. Um, for sure, yeah. I would say the deck is, my opinion, I'm obviously biased, the most difficult deck to play optimally in Legacy, and half the reason is because of Reclaimer. Like, it's just so different than what the rest of the deck is usually doing. Like, some of the stuff is like remembering Glitch triggers. That's more mechanical, obviously. But knowing what to fetch and when to fetch with Reclaimer is pretty important. And more often than not, if you don't have a strong play, the advice I would recommend is turn two Reclaimer for Cradle on their end step. And the one heuristic that a lot of newer players will screw up on is obviously turn one. I think most of the people know you're gonna fetch basic forest. Yeah, that's fair, David. So Star Fox is David Putz. So most people know turn one Reclaimer off basic force, right? Presumably off fetch. The ideal turn two is if you don't have another cradle, is you play the fetch, you fetch for Bayou, and then you wait till their end step. The reason why you fetch Bayou is because it gives you the option to Reclaimer away the Bayou for basic forest, and then or to Reclaimer away the Bayou for a cradle. Like either way, right? I think it depends, right? I think one definitely in the first league I screwed up because I just wasn't paying attention. But it really depends. A lot of times I do want to glimpse with active cradle is a general heuristic. Like you don't want to glimpse and only draw. You want to draw at least three in my opinion most of the time. Everything else is by feel, but as a general rule of thumb, if you're playing against like a control deck, generally you want to draw at least three. Obviously, if you're up against the wall or have multiple glimpses, you can fire off the first one quicker. There's also things like snap glimpse to bait out force when you actually have something like natural order or another glimpse in your hand to as a payoff. So like little things like that you'll learn over time. But but the I would say the toughest part of the deck, in my opinion, is what to do on turn two. And I see a lot of newer players screw up because the natural instinct, especially if they came from the Nettle build, is to play a creature, and that's often wrong. Like if you don't have a cradle, it's probably right to get cradle. And again, the fetching, right? You want to do it main phase to play around removal, and you want to fetch Bayou is the big thing. Um, I'm not sure I buy that because I think paper play is not as popular at the moment because of COVID, right? I do think most paper players will still play the Nettle list because it's easier and because I just think the Reclaimer list doesn't have as much exposure. I mean, there's some obviously now with Yug winning the Eternal Weekend event and then just overall Eternal Weekend by just the strong performance by this version. And then I had this single top eight in the Wasteland event, right? So overall, four elf pilots. Three of them on the Reclaimer version. One, my colleague, also Fluffy21 Martin, on the traditional list. I do think he's just a fantastic player, and probably if he made the switch, would should probably win even more. So for whatever that's worth. Against Turbo Depths, it's in my sideboard guide, which I posted. Granted, an older list, but I personally against the Turbo list, I like Thoughtseize and Assassin's Trophy. The Run of Foul and the Caracas are good, obviously, and then I board out the grindy elements like Visionary, Gris, Endurance, Collective. Turbo is really tough. I think the green white you're still not favored, but it's close, and with enough sideboarding can actually flip the matchup. The reason being is against the Turbo list, you can't really beat their nut draws. Hey Mitchell, how's it going? So for those who don't know, Mitchell's the trophy leader at the moment. Balenciaga and Boba. All right. With that said, I do like that Wally's very interested in this deck. So um, one of the things I was a TA once for grad school when I was in grad school, and I'm dating myself obviously, but uh, when I was a grad student, I was a TA for undergrad for one undergrad course, and I did enjoy it. So um, kind of nice, doing a little bit of office hours here, I guess, for the deck as well. So I guess one last time, if there's a last call for questions. Otherwise, I think looking at the possible raid candidates, I kind of like So Strong. I think they tend to play modern, and I think they follow me potentially. For sure. Good night, Wally. Appreciate it. So thanks everybody for hanging out here. It's been we went 4-1. I don't really mind the loss to I don't really mind the loss to Turbo Dips, especially since we beat them the first league with the Yellow Maya build.